Hey friends, let's take a gentle journey down the ancient highways of history, because tonight we're exploring something that seems simple, roads, but tells us everything about how civilizations rise, thrive, and eventually fade into memory. This is a story about stone and dirt, about connection and collapse, and about how the paths we build reveal more about us than we might imagine. So as we ease in, take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now, let's jump straight in so you can drift off. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady, hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems, and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources, and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination, and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a three-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand, and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often, which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an agger that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for 2 carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the Empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mansio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through, and people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others, hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. You're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time, but these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road. But this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times, and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, the sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field, wind blowing through the grass, the sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change, but if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this. and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working, making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area, rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning road work into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The road saw it all. Countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, Rome with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. Picture this. You're standing on a wooden dock somewhere along the Norwegian coast around 950 AD, watching 30-odd bearded men load supplies onto what looks like an oversized canoe with delusions of grandeur. This ship is your ride for the next several months. A Viking Longship that's about as comfortable as sleeping on a park bench during a thunderstorm. You'd probably expect something impressive, right? Perhaps you were expecting a majestic vessel with towering masts and spacious quarters. Well, surprise! Your new home measures roughly 75 feet long and maybe 15 feet wide at its broadest point. That's smaller than most modern two-bedroom apartments, and you're sharing it with 30 other people who haven't discovered deodorant yet. The whole thing sits so low in the water that you could practically drag your fingers in the sea while sitting on the side. The ship itself is actually a marvel of engineering, though your back won't appreciate that fact after the first week. Built from overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, it's designed to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a yoga instructor, incredibly flexible. But that doesn't mean you want to spend months pressed up against one. Your sleeping arrangements would make a college dorm room look luxurious. There are no beds, no hammocks, just a thin layer of animal hide between you and the wooden deck. Everyone sleeps wherever they can obtain space, which usually means curled up next to the guy who's been eating nothing but salted fish and onions for 3 weeks. The ship rocks constantly, even in calm weather, creating a gentle swaying motion that sounds romantic until you realise it never, ever stops. These longships are both very strong and very fragile, which is their most interesting feature. They are capable of manoeuvring through enormous waves and rough seas, effortlessly gliding across the water. However, a misstep on a loose plank can quickly lead to an unexpected immersion in the North Atlantic. The Vikings built these ships to be fast and manoeuvrable, not comfortable, which becomes painfully obvious the moment you try to find a spot to sit that doesn't involve someone's elbow in your ribs. Storage space is at such a premium that every inch matters. Your personal belongings, assuming you have any beyond the clothes on your back, get stuffed into whatever tiny gap you can discover. Most of your fellow passengers have brought along weapons, tools and trading goods, all of which take precedence over luxury items like extra clothing, or anything resembling comfort. The ship's sides are lined with shields when you're not rowing, which serves the dual purpose of protection and decoration. It looks impressive from a distance, like a floating rainbow of war gear. Up close, however, you realise these shields also double as dinner tables, cutting boards and makeshift pillows, medieval multitasking at its finest. What strikes you most about life aboard is how exposed everything feels. There's no privacy, no escape from the elements, and absolutely nowhere to hide when that person who brought the fermented shark starts opening his lunch. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, and your tiny wooden world feels both insignificant and miraculous, floating on all that vastness. The crew moves around the ship with practiced ease, stepping over sleeping bodies and ducking under ropes with the grace of dancers who've perfected their routine through sheer necessity. You, meanwhile, spend most of your time trying not to trip over the various bits of rope, sail, and humanity scattered across every available surface. As you settle in for your first night aboard, listening to the creak of wood and the slap of waves against the hull, you begin to understand that this journey will test every assumption you've ever had about comfort, privacy, and personal space. Welcome to Viking travel, where the journey truly is the destination, mainly because you'll spend so much time getting there. Morning aboard a Viking longship arrives whether you're ready or not, usually announced by someone stepping on your leg while heading to the side of the boat for their morning constitutional. Privacy, as you quickly discover, is a concept as foreign to Vikings as indoor plumbing, which is to say, completely non-existent. Your daily routine begins with the delightful realization that everything you own is damp. The North Sea has a way of making itself known through every gap in the ship's construction, and moisture becomes your constant companion. Your clothes feel perpetually clammy, your bedding squelches when you move, and even your thoughts seem to develop a thin layer of condensation. Breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of whatever dried, salted or pickled provisions haven't gone stale overnight. The Vikings were masters of food preservation, mainly because they had to be. Fresh food deteriorates rapidly in an environment dominated by salt water, and there are no convenient options for dining, such as a medieval fast food establishment. You'll become intimately acquainted with hardtack, a biscuit so tough it could probably stop an arrow in battle, and frequently serves double duty as both food and construction material for emergency ship repairs. The ship's fresh water supply lives in wooden barrels that take up precious space but represent the difference between life and a very uncomfortable death. Water is rationed carefully, and you learn to appreciate every slightly stale, wooden-flavoured sip. Beer also makes an appearance in these barrels, not because the Vikings were party animals, but because fermented beverages stayed safe to drink longer than plain water. Alcohol's miraculous ability to ensure food safety during the medieval era is truly remarkable. Personal hygiene becomes an exercise in creativity and compromise. You might get to wash your face and hands with seawater, which leaves your skin feeling like you've been rubbing it with sandpaper, but at least removes some of the accumulating grime. Hair washing happens when it rains, assuming you can position yourself to catch the runoff. The remainder of the time, one can only hope that others share a similar level of odour as oneself. The toilet situation deserves special mention, if only because it's so memorably awful. The head consists of a bucket or a hole cut in a plank that hangs over the side of the ship. Using it requires timing the waves correctly, maintaining your balance, and praying that the wind doesn't shift direction at an inopportune moment. Privacy means hoping everyone else is politely looking the other way, which they usually are, having been through this awkward dance themselves. Clothing serves multiple purposes beyond basic modesty. Your cloak doubles as a blanket, your boots work as pillows, and your belt holds everything from eating utensils to emergency rope. Vikings dressed in layers, wool and linen primarily, which sounds practical until you realise that wet wool smells like a combination of wet dog and regret, and takes forever to dry in the perpetually humid ship environment. Medical care consists mainly of hoping nothing goes seriously wrong, because your options are limited to whatever herbal remedies someone thought to bring along, plus the time-honoured tradition of walking it off. Minor cuts are treated with whatever cleanish cloth is available, while more serious injuries require creative problem-solving and a lot of optimism. The ship's rhythm dictates everything. When the wind picks up, everyone not actively sailing tries to stay out of the way of the crew, managing the sail and steering. When it dies down, you might discover yourself grabbing an oar and contributing to the collective effort of making the boat move forward through sheer muscle power. There's no such thing as a passenger on a Viking longship. Everyone contributes something, even if it's just staying quiet while other people work. Weather becomes your constant obsession. You learn to read clouds like ancient scriptures, watching for signs of storms that could turn your already uncomfortable journey into a genuinely life-threatening situation. The ship handles rough seas remarkably well, but remarkably well still means getting thrown around like laundry in a washing machine while trying to keep your meagre possessions from disappearing overboard. Living in close quarters with 30 other people for months at a time requires a delicate social balance that would challenge even the most experienced diplomat. Imagine your least favourite family reunion, except it never ends. Everyone's armed, and there's nowhere to escape for a breather. The ship operates under a strict but unspoken hierarchy that keeps things from descending into complete chaos. The captain, usually the ship's owner, and the one who organised this particular adventure, sits at the top of the food chain. His word is law, mainly because he's the one who knows how to navigate, and everyone else would prefer not to die horribly at sea. Below him, experienced sailors and warriors command respect through competence and the occasional display of superior arm wrestling ability. Your social standing aboard ship depends on a complex mix of factors: your fighting ability, your usefulness in sailing the ship, how much you contributed to funding the expedition, and whether you've managed to annoy everyone within the first week. Respect gets earned through actions, not birth, though being related to someone important certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Conflict resolution happens through a combination of peer pressure, practical necessity, and the ever-present threat of being thrown overboard. Minor disputes get settled through negotiation, major ones through combat, and really serious problems through the captain's absolute authority. Democracy has its place, but not when you're trying to outrun a storm or navigate through unfamiliar waters. The ship develops its own culture within days of departure. Inside jokes emerge from shared misery, nicknames get assigned based on embarrassing incidents or distinctive habits, and informal rules develop about everything from who gets to sleep, where to how long someone can spend at the ship's limited washing facilities. These unwritten laws become as important as any formal code of conduct. Storytelling serves as both entertainment and social glue during the long, boring stretches between exciting moments of terror. The Vikings were master storytellers, and evenings often featured elaborate tales of heroic deeds, mythical creatures, and adventures both real and imagined. These stories serve multiple purposes. They pass time, preserve cultural knowledge, and provide a socially acceptable way for people to brag about their accomplishments without seeming too obnoxious about it. Gambling provides another outlet for social interaction and tension release. Dice games, contests of strength, and betting on everything from weather patterns to wildlife sightings help break up the monotony. Vikings would bet on practically anything, partly for entertainment and partly because small-stakes competition helps establish social dynamics without resorting to actual violence. Personal space becomes a negotiated commodity. Your designated sleeping spot is sacred territory, but everything else is open for communal use. Learning to respect others' few possessions while protecting your own requires diplomatic skills that would impress modern, United Nations peacekeepers. The golden rule aboard ship is simple. Don't mess with other people's stuff, and they probably won't mess with yours. Food sharing follows strict protocols based on contribution, status, and practical necessity. Everyone eats from common stores, but portion sizes and food quality reflect your position in the ship's hierarchy. The captain eats better than the newest crew member, but everyone gets fed because a hungry crew member is a dangerous crew member. Despite the cramped conditions, romance occasionally blossoms, albeit with considerable creativity and absolute discretion. Most ships are all male affairs, but mixed expeditions do happen, especially for trading voyages or family migrations. Any romantic entanglements need to stay extremely low-key to avoid disrupting ship dynamics, because jealousy in close quarters can turn deadly fast. The constant proximity means that everyone learns everyone else's habits, both good and deeply annoying. You discover who snores, who talks in their sleep, who has digestive issues, and who insists on sharpening their weapons at dawn every single day. Tolerance becomes a crucial survival skill, just as important as mastering knot tying or reading the wind. Arguments, when they happen, tend to escalate quickly in the confined space, but they also resolve faster because there's literally nowhere to go to nurse grudges. You learn to apologise quickly, forgive readily, and pick your battles cautiously, because the person you're fighting with today might be the one hauling you back aboard tomorrow when you fall overboard. Finding your way across thousands of miles of open ocean without GPS, compass, or even accurate maps requires skills that border on the supernatural. Viking navigators, called seawise for good reason, relied on a combination of experience, observation, and what modern people might generously call educated guessing. Your navigator watches everything: the colour and behaviour of waves, the direction of wind patterns, the flight paths of seabirds, and the position of stars when they're visible through the perpetual cloud cover. He's memorised the location of every landmark along familiar coasts, and can estimate distance travelled by the feel of the ship's motion through the water. It's like being guided by someone who's turned environmental awareness into a superpower. The sun compass, when you can see the sun, provides basic directional guidance, but cloudy skies, which describe about 80% of your sailing time, require more creative navigation techniques. Your navigator might use a sunstone, a piece of Iceland spar that can locate the sun's position, even through heavy clouds by analysing polarised light. It sounds like magic, and honestly it is. Predicting the weather becomes crucial, not just for comfort. Storm clouds building on the horizon might give you a few hours warning to find shelter or prepare for rough seas. Your navigator reads cloud formations like other people read newspapers, interpreting subtle changes in colour, shape, and movement to predict what's coming next. He's right more often than modern meteorologists, mainly because his life depends on accuracy. Coastal navigation relies heavily on pilotage, the art of recognising specific landmarks, watercolours, and geographical features. Your navigator has spent years memorising the appearance of coastlines from specific distances and angles. That distinctive headland, the particular shade of green water near a river mouth, or the way mountains line up in the distance all serve as navigational signposts on the medieval maritime highway. Open ocean navigation challenges these skills to the utmost extent. Without land references, your navigator estimates position through dead reckoning, calculating distance and direction travelled from a known starting point. It requires constant attention to speed, wind direction, and the subtle clues that indicate current and drift. One small error in calculation, compounded over days or weeks, can leave you hundreds of miles from where you think you are. The ship's shallow draft, while uncomfortable for passengers, provides crucial navigational advantages. You can sail in waters too shallow for most other vessels, follow coastlines closely, and pull up on beaches for overnight stops. This ability to hug the shore whenever possible reduces the need for pure open ocean navigation and provides regular opportunities to correct course using familiar landmarks. Sea conditions tell experienced sailors volumes about location and weather patterns. The size, spacing, and direction of waves indicate proximity to land, depth of water, and approaching weather systems. Your navigator can estimate distance from shore by observing how waves behave. Larger swells suggest deep water and distance from land, while shorter, choppier waves often indicate shallow areas or nearby coastlines. Wildlife serves as another navigational tool. Certain seabirds range only specific distances from shore, so spotting particular species tells you roughly how far you are from land. The direction birds fly in the evening often points toward their nesting areas on shore. Even floating debris provides clues. Freshly broken branches suggest proximity to rivers or storm-damaged coastlines. Time measurement relies on natural rhythms rather than clocks. The navigator tracks days by sunset and sunrise, estimates hours by the sun's position when visible, and gauges travel time by familiar reference points when following known routes. It's imprecise by modern standards, but adequate for navigation, that focuses more on reaching general areas than specific coordinates. When everything goes wrong, storms blow you off course, clouds obscure celestial navigation aids, and you lose track of your position, survival depends on the navigator's ability to make educated guesses and gradually work back toward known waters. Your task might involve following bird flight patterns toward land, watching for changes in watercolour that indicate shallow areas, or simply maintaining a consistent direction until you encounter recognisable coastline. The psychological pressure on navigators is enormous. Everyone's life depends on their expertise, and there's no backup system if they make serious errors. Most navigators train for decades before attempting major voyages, learning their craft through apprenticeship with experienced seawise captains who pass down knowledge accumulated over generations of maritime exploration. The common perception of Vikings as mindless barbarians ravaging Europe overlooks the fact that they were among the most sophisticated traders and entrepreneurs of their era. Your Longship serves as both transportation and a mobile warehouse, carrying goods that will be traded, sold, or occasionally acquired through less diplomatic means across a commercial network spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. Trade goods packed into every available inch of ship space represent months of planning and investment. Amber from the Baltic coast, walrus ivory from the Arctic, silver from Arabic coins, iron weapons and tools, fur from northern animals, and slaves captured in raids all jostle for storage space with your personal belongings. The ship resembles a floating department store specialising in luxury goods and human misery. Your trading expeditions follow established routes connecting Scandinavia with the rest of the medieval world. The eastern route takes you down Russian rivers to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire, where Nordic amber and furs are exchanged for silk, spices, and Byzantine gold. The western route leads to Britain, Ireland, and France, where Viking goods meet Roman-influenced markets hungry for northern specialties. Each route requires different navigation skills, trade languages, and diplomatic approaches. Raiding, despite its dramatic reputation, often serves as just another form of aggressive business negotiation. Many raids actually begin as trading expeditions that turn violent when negotiations break down or when the Vikings realise they can take what they want more easily than they can buy it. The line between trader and raider shifts depending on circumstances, opportunity, and the relative strength of potential trading partners. The economics of Viking expeditions require careful calculation of risks and rewards. Ships, crew, provisions, and trade goods represent significant upfront investment, often requiring multiple investors pooling resources for major expeditions. Profits get divided according to complex formulas based on investment, participation, and predetermined agreements that would impress modern venture capitalists. Your crew includes specialists in various forms of commerce beyond simple muscle-powered intimidation. Some members speak multiple languages and understand foreign customs. Others have expertise in evaluating precious metals and trade goods, and a few possess the diplomatic skills necessary for negotiating with foreign merchants and local rulers. Successful Viking expeditions require as much business acumen as martial prowess. Markets in foreign ports operate according to local customs that your crew has learned through experience and cultural exchange. Understanding religious taboos, social hierarchies, and seasonal trading patterns makes the difference between profitable commerce and diplomatic disasters. Vikings develop remarkable cultural adaptability, adjusting their approach based on whether they're dealing with Christian monasteries, Islamic merchants, or pagan tribal leaders. Currency varies dramatically across your trading network. Arabic silver coins circulate widely and provide a relatively stable medium of exchange, but many transactions rely on barter systems, where goods are exchanged directly for other goods. Your navigator might trade amber for silk in Constantinople, then exchange that silk for silver in Kiev, then convert silver into iron tools in Norway. It's medieval international finance at its most complex. Slave trading, unfortunately, represents a major component of Viking commerce. Captives taken in raids become valuable trade goods, especially in markets where labour shortages create demand for workers. The Vikings' geographic position between slave-producing regions and labour-hungry markets makes them natural middlemen in this horrific but economically important trade. Quality control becomes crucial when your reputation affects future trading opportunities. Diluted silver, inferior weapons, or slaves who die in transport damage relationships with trading partners and reduce profitability of future expeditions. Successful Viking merchants maintain quality standards not because of altruism, but because repeat business requires satisfied customers. Competition comes from other Viking crews, local merchants, and established trading networks that predate Viking involvement. Success requires finding market niches, developing reliable supply chains, and building relationships with key trading partners. Some Vikings specialise in particular routes or goods, becoming known for specific expertise that commands premium prices. Weather and navigation delays can destroy profit margins by missing seasonal markets or arriving after competitors have saturated demand. Your trading expedition operates on tight schedules dictated by sailing seasons, market cycles, and religious festivals that affect local commerce. Timing becomes as important as the quality of goods being traded. Investment diversification spreads risk across multiple expeditions and trade goods. Wealthy Vikings rarely put all their resources into single ventures, instead participating in multiple expeditions with different destinations and objectives. It's medieval portfolio management designed to maximise returns while minimising the chance of total financial ruin. Life aboard a Viking longship reduces existence to its most basic elements: staying warm, staying fed, staying dry, and staying alive. The small victories that punctuate your journey, a successful fishing expedition, a day of favourable wind, or simply waking up without someone's foot in your face, become monumental celebrations in the context of your floating hardship. Fishing provides both food and entertainment during the long stretches of ocean travel. Lines trail behind the ship constantly, tended by whoever isn't actively sailing or rowing. Catching fish means fresh protein to supplement the monotonous diet of preserved foods, plus the excitement of successfully outwitting sea creatures with medieval technology. The entire crew celebrates when someone lands a particularly large specimen, not just because it means better eating, but because it breaks the tedium of another identical day at sea. Cooking happens over a small fire contained in a sand-filled metal box. The ship's kitchen, dining room and social centre all rolled into one cramped, smoky space. The fire provides warmth, light, and the ability to prepare hot food, making it arguably the most important feature of the ship besides the hull itself. Keeping the fire going in rough weather requires constant attention and no small amount of skill, since a stray wave or sudden gust of wind can extinguish your only source of cooked food and warmth. Water collection becomes an obsession during rainy weather. Every available container gets pressed into service to catch precious fresh water, from cooking pots to empty helmets. You learn to position containers strategically to catch runoff from the sail, and everyone develops an almost supernatural ability to wake up when rain starts falling, no matter how exhausted they are. Fresh water tastes like the most luxurious beverage ever created when you've been rationing stale barrel water for weeks. Entertainment relies heavily on human creativity and social interaction. Riddles, word games, and contests of memory help pass time during calm weather. Physical competitions, arm wrestling, balancing contests, or games of skill with weapons provide excitement and help maintain fighting fitness. Music, when someone has brought along an instrument, transforms evening gatherings into something approaching civilization. Maintenance tasks occupy much of the crew's attention during daylight hours. The ship requires constant care, bailing water that seeps through the hull, adjusting rigging, and repairing equipment damaged by salt spray and constant use. These tasks provide structure to otherwise formless days and give everyone something productive to do. The ship becomes like a needy pet that requires constant attention to keep it healthy and functional. Personal rituals and superstitions develop to cope with the psychological stress of prolonged ocean travel. Some crew members develop elaborate morning routines. Others create personal ceremonies around meals or navigation checks. These behaviours, while sometimes appearing irrational, provide psychological anchors in an environment where every day blends into the next. Sleep becomes both escape and challenge. Despite cramped conditions and constant motion, exhaustion enables sleep, but regular interruptions from weather changes, navigation emergencies, or natural calls interrupt rest. You learn to fall asleep quickly when opportunity presents itself, and to function effectively on fragmented sleep patterns that would leave modern people completely dysfunctional. Weather protection requires constant adaptation and creativity. Your clothing layers are adjusted throughout the day as conditions change, adding garments when wind picks up, removing them when physical work generates heat, and rearranging everything when rain starts falling. Staying reasonably dry and warm becomes a full-time occupation that requires as much attention as any other survival skill. Small luxuries take on enormous psychological importance. A piece of preserved fruit, a drink of wine, or even a few minutes of privacy become treasured experiences that provide disproportionate happiness. You learn to savour tiny pleasures because they represent the only breaks from an otherwise relentlessly austere existence. Social bonds strengthen through shared hardship and mutual dependence. The people you might have ignored or disliked on land become crucial allies in the struggle for daily survival. Helping someone repair their gear, sharing food during shortages, or simply providing companionship during particularly difficult weather creates relationships that last long after the voyage ends. Negotiation, tradition, and occasional force resolve territorial disputes over sleeping space, storage areas, and access to the fire. Your personal space shrinks to whatever you can physically defend, but everyone understands the necessity of respecting others' minimal claims to shipboard real estate. Violating these unspoken agreements threatens the social fabric that keeps the entire enterprise functional. The sight of familiar coastline after months at sea triggers emotions that landlubbers struggle to understand. Your home shores, previously taken for granted, now appear as the most beautiful landscape ever created. The simple prospect of sleeping on solid ground, eating fresh food, and enjoying privacy becomes almost overwhelming in its appeal. Landfall requires careful planning and execution. Your shallow draft longship can beach almost anywhere, but choosing the right spot involves considering tides, weather, local politics, and the condition of your crew and cargo. A successful landing represents the culmination of months of navigation, survival, and teamwork. But it's also when many expeditions face their greatest risks from local authorities or competing Viking groups. Unloading transforms the ship from a cramped living space back into a cargo vessel. Trade goods that have been carefully protected throughout the journey now get evaluated, sorted, and prepared for local markets. The amber that seemed so precious during storms now faces the harsh reality of market prices and trading negotiations. Some goods may have deteriorated during the voyage, turning expected profits into disappointing losses. Your crew disperses according to predetermined agreements and personal relationships developed during the voyage. Some members came aboard as hired hands and departed with their wages. Others invested in the expedition and await their share of profits, and a few have become close companions who will maintain relationships long after the ship returns to harbour. The social bonds forged in hardship often prove more valuable than the material gains from trade. Reintegration into land-based society requires psychological adjustment almost as significant as the original departure. Months of communal living, shared hardship, and constant motion leave you changed in ways that become apparent only when you try to resume normal life. Your tolerance for petty complaints and minor inconveniences has increased dramatically, while your patience for people who haven't experienced real hardship may have decreased proportionally. Stories from your voyage become valuable social currency in your home community. Tales of storms you survived, strange lands you visited, and dangers you overcame entertain audiences and establish your reputation as someone who has seen the world beyond the familiar. Repetition refines these stories, gradually transforming them from raw experience into polished narratives that may bear only a passing resemblance to actual events. The practical skills learned aboard ship, navigation, seamanship, trading, combat, and survival, make you more valuable to your community and more attractive for future expeditions. Knowledge of foreign languages, customs, and market conditions acquired during your travels opens opportunities for employment with other expeditions or local merchants engaged in long-distance trade. Physical changes from months of difficult living become visible to friends and family. Your hands are more calloused, your face more weathered, and your body adapted to the physical demands of life at sea. These changes serve as permanent reminders of your journey and mark you as someone who has endured what many people cannot imagine attempting. Financial outcomes vary dramatically depending on the expedition's success, your initial investment, and market conditions at journey's end. Some crew members return wealthy enough to buy farms or ships of their own, others barely cover their expenses, and a few face financial ruin if the voyage encounters serious problems. The Viking economy rewards success handsomely but punishes failure harshly. Planning for future expeditions often begins before the current voyage is completely finished. Successful trips generate demand for repeat journeys, while lessons learned suggest improvements for next time. The ship requires maintenance and modifications, crew members need replacement or recruitment, and trade goods must be selected based on experience with foreign markets. Your transformed perspective on risk, comfort, and human relationships affects decisions about future life choices. Some people observe that land-based existence feels limiting after experiencing the freedom and intensity of ocean travel, while others discover that one major expedition satisfies their desire for adventure permanently. The voyage changes everyone, but not always in predictable directions. The cycle of departure, journey, and return that defines Viking expeditions reflects larger patterns in medieval life, where travel was dangerous, expensive, and transformative. Your months aboard the Longship represent not just a business venture or adventure, but a rite of passage that separates those who dream about distant places from those who have actually seen them. Years later, when the pain is gone and the profits are spent, all that remains is the knowledge that you succeeded in one of the hardest endeavours of your time. You crossed vast oceans in a wooden ship, survived storms that could have killed you, traded with foreign peoples in distant lands, and returned home to tell the tale. In a time when the majority of people rarely venture more than a few miles from their birthplace, this accomplishment alone distinguishes you as a unique individual, someone who chose the extraordinary over the ordinary and persevered to share. You know that neighbour who always seems to have everything together? Despite having a perfect lawn, a shiny car, and kids who seem to never fight, they still manage to find time to bake cookies for the entire neighbourhood. Then one day, as you drive by, you notice a for sale sign on the lawn, weeds emerging through the cracks in the driveway, and you find yourself thinking, what transpired? Ancient empires were a lot like that neighbour. From the outside, everything looked magnificent. Sprawling cities, impressive armies, and trade routes stretching across continents. But underneath all that marble and military might, the same kinds of problems were quietly eating away at the foundation that eventually brings down any household, just on a scale that would make your mortgage broker weep. The thing about empire collapse is that it's never really sudden, despite what the history books might tell you. It's more like watching your favourite sweater slowly unravel. One observes a loose thread here, a small hole there, yet one continues to wear it because, after all, it remains largely functional as a sweater. Until one day, you don it, and your arm passes through what was once a sleeve. One day, you put it on, and your arm pierces through what was once a sleeve. Take the Western Roman Empire, for instance. Everyone talks about how it fell in 476 CE, but that's like saying your marriage ended the day you signed the divorce papers. The real breakdown had been happening for decades, centuries even. The Romans had been dealing with inflation that would make today's grocery prices look reasonable. Barbarian groups moving in like relatives who come for a weekend visit and never leave, and an army that was increasingly made up of the very people they were supposed to be fighting against. But here's what's fascinating. None of these problems was secret. Roman writers were complaining about the same issues your local newspaper editorial section gripes about today. Corrupt politicians, economic inequality, infrastructure falling apart, and young people who didn't respect traditional values. Sound familiar? The Romans had their own version of kids these days don't know how good they have it. The real mystery isn't why empires collapsed, but why they held together as long as they did. Think about it. You're trying to manage territories that span thousands of miles, dozens of different cultures, languages you can't pronounce, and local customs that range from perfectly reasonable to wait. They sacrifice what to which god? All of this occurred with communication technology that made smoke signals appear advanced. Imagine trying to run a modern corporation where messages between the CEO and branch managers took months to deliver, where half your employees spoke different languages, and where your biggest competitors were nomadic groups who could pack up their entire civilization and disappear into the steppe faster than you could say, quarterly earnings report. Yet somehow these ancient empires managed to keep the lights on, metaphorically speaking. They hadn't quite figured out electricity yet, for centuries. If you consider both halves of the empire, the Romans alone managed to sustain their operations for over a millennium. That's longer than most Fortune 500 companies stay in business, and they don't have to worry about Visigoth raids or volcanic eruptions that block out the sun for months. The secret wasn't that ancient peoples were somehow more competent than us, though they definitely knew how to build things that lasted longer than your average smartphone. The secret was that they understood something we sometimes forget. Empires aren't just political entities. They're basically giant ecosystems, with all the complexity that implies. Just like in nature, when one part of the system starts failing, it affects everything else. A drought in Egypt meant less grain for Rome, which meant higher bread prices, which meant angry citizens, which meant nervous politicians, which meant higher taxes to pay for more soldiers, which meant even angrier citizens. It's the ancient equivalent of a supply chain crisis, except instead of waiting longer for your Amazon package, people starved. Perhaps you've never considered the extent to which the weather influences your mood, but ancient empires were essentially subject to the whims of every passing cloud. Bad weather wasn't just about cancelling picnics. It could literally topple civilizations. The Maya, for instance, built one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the Americas. We're talking about people who calculated the movement of Venus more accurately than Europeans would manage for another 1,000 years, who invented the concept of zero independently, and who built cities that made medieval European towns look like suburban strip malls. These weren't people who gave up easily. But then the rains stopped coming. They didn't stop abruptly. That would have been too visible. Instead, the situation resembled a restaurant gradually cutting costs. First, they water down the soup a little. Then they start using cheaper ingredients. Before you know it, you're wondering why you ever thought this place was special. But it happened so gradually you barely noticed each step. The Maya faced what climatologists call the terminal classic drought, which sounds like the kind of thing that should come with dramatic music and special effects. In reality, it was probably just a series of years where people looked up at the sky and muttered, "Come on, not again." But when your entire civilization depends on rain-fed agriculture, not again can quickly become not ever again. What's particularly heartbreaking is that the Maya saw it coming. Their records show they were deeply worried about the relationship between their kings and the rain gods. They tried everything: more elaborate ceremonies, bigger sacrifices, and constructing additional temples. It's like turning up the thermostat when your heating system is broken. You're addressing the symptoms, not the problem. But when you don't understand the problem, the symptoms are all you have to work with. The drought didn't just mean less food. It meant cities that had supported hundreds of thousands of people suddenly couldn't support tens of thousands. It meant trade networks that had connected regions across Central America started to fray as everyone focused on their survival. It meant the elaborate political alliances that had held Maya civilization together began to crack like dried mud. Meanwhile, halfway around the world, the Bronze Age was ending in what historians dramatically call the Bronze Age collapse. Picture this. At some point around 1200 BCE, advanced civilizations across the Mediterranean and Near East started falling like dominoes. The Mycenaeans in Greece, the Hittites in Turkey, and cities in Syria and Palestine, all of them either destroyed or abandoned within a few generations. For the longest time, historians blamed mysterious sea peoples for this collapse, as if a number of ancient pirates had decided to tour the Mediterranean and trash every major city they came across. It's a compelling story, mysterious raiders appearing from nowhere, bringing chaos and destruction, then vanishing back into legend. However, the reality likely amounted to a combination of unfavourable circumstances, unfavourable weather patterns, and unfortunate timing. Recent research suggests that the Mediterranean region experienced a significant climate shift around this time. Cooler, drier conditions would have meant crop failures, which meant hungry people, which meant social unrest, which meant political instability. Under such pressure, it doesn't take mysterious sea raiders to escalate the situation. Sometimes the raiders are just your people, desperately looking for somewhere better to live. The fascinating thing is how quickly complex societies can unravel once the process starts. The Bronze Age civilizations had taken centuries to develop writing systems, complex trade networks, specialized crafts, and sophisticated government structures. However, they lost much of this knowledge within a few generations. All that meticulous construction vanishes in mere moments, akin to a wave striking a sandcastle. This scenario is where climate change becomes particularly scary for modern civilizations. We think we're tougher than ancient people because we have better technology, but we're also more connected and specialized. When ancient farmers had a poor harvest, they might starve, but they still knew how to grow food. If our complex supply chains break down, how many of us actually know how to produce the basics we need to survive? Let's talk about money, because nothing brings down an empire quite like financial problems. And before you start thinking this doesn't apply to you, remember that empires are really just very large, very old versions of households trying to balance their budgets while maintaining their lifestyles. The Roman Empire had what you might call the world's first credit crisis. By the 3rd century CE, they were facing inflation that would make modern economists reach for the antacids. The issue began innocuously, as the Romans had been gradually decreasing the silver content in their coins to extend their resources. It's the ancient equivalent of watering down the milk to make it last longer, except everyone in the empire eventually noticed. When people lose trust in the currency, things unravel remarkably quickly. Imagine if you woke up tomorrow and everyone suddenly decided that your dollars were only worth 50 cents. Not just you, everyone. Overnight, your savings, your salary, your mortgage, and everything would be thrown into chaos. That's essentially what happened to Rome, except they didn't have economists on television explaining what was going wrong. Roman soldiers, who were the backbone of the empire, started demanding payment in goods rather than coins. When the army loses faith in the currency, you're essentially paying for protection with groceries. It works for a while, but it's not exactly sustainable when you're trying to project power across 3 continents. But Rome's financial troubles weren't just about bad monetary policy. They were also dealing with what economists call imperial overstretch. Basically, they had taken on more responsibilities than they could afford. It's like buying a house that's technically within your budget if you don't eat much and never get sick, and your car never breaks down and you never want a vacation. The Romans had committed to defending thousands of miles of frontier against neighbours who kept getting more organised and more aggressive. They had to maintain roads, aqueducts, and public buildings across an area larger than the United States. They had to keep grain flowing to cities that couldn't feed themselves, because hungry citizens have a tendency to riot, and riots are bad for business. Meanwhile, the tax base was shrinking. Constant warfare had devastated agricultural regions. Plague had reduced the population in many areas. The wealthy had become expert at avoiding taxes, some things never change, which meant the burden fell increasingly on people who were already struggling. It's a well-known phenomenon that during difficult times those with the greatest financial means tend to avoid providing assistance. The Han Dynasty in China faced similar problems around the same time. They had expanded to control territory stretching from Korea to Central Asia, which sounds impressive until you realise they were trying to govern it with horses and handwritten messages. The Silk Road trade networks brought wealth, but they also brought enormous administrative costs and military commitments. The Han emperors found themselves trapped in what modern economists call the resource curse. The wealthier their empire became, the more expensive it was to maintain. Success bred obligation, and obligation bred expense, and expense bred the need for more success to pay for it all. It's like getting promoted to a job that pays more, but requires you to spend so much on professional clothes and longer commutes that you end up with less money than before. What's particularly tragic is that many of these empires understood their financial problems and tried to solve them. The Romans attempted currency reforms, tax reforms, and administrative reforms. The Han tried to reduce military commitments and streamline the bureaucracy, but by the time the problems were obvious enough to demand action, they were often too deeply embedded in the system to resolve without causing even more disruption. It's like trying to renovate your house while you're still living in it. In theory, you can do it, but in practice, every fix reveals 3 more problems, and meanwhile, you're living with plastic sheeting instead of walls and wondering why you didn't just move somewhere else. The lesson here isn't that expansion is always bad, or that empires are doomed to fail. Success creates its own problems, which must be handled as carefully as the original issues. Growth without planning is just another word for crisis waiting to happen. You might be surprised to learn that foreign armies did not conquer the majority of ancient empires. They were brought down by their own military forces or by the very people they had hired to protect them. It's like finding out your security system has been helping burglars case your house. The late Roman Empire is the classic example of this phenomenon. By the 4th and 5th centuries, the Roman army was increasingly made up of what they called federates. Basically, entire barbarian tribes who had been hired as mercenaries or allowed to settle within Roman territory in exchange for military service. On paper, it was a brilliant solution to 2 problems. The Romans needed soldiers, and the barbarian tribes needed land and steady pay. In practice, it was like hiring your teenager's friends to babysit while you're out of town. Sure, they know the house rules, and they seem responsible enough, but their ultimate loyalty is to their interests, not yours. And when things go wrong, you might come home to discover they've invited all their friends over and decided they like your house better than their own. The Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals and other groups didn't set out to destroy the Roman Empire. Many of their leaders had Roman military ranks, wore Roman uniforms, and genuinely considered themselves part of the Roman system. But when the empire couldn't pay them regularly, or when better opportunities presented themselves, their priorities shifted in perfectly understandable ways. It's important to understand that these weren't savage raids by uncivilized hordes. These were organized political entities making rational decisions about their survival and prosperity. Alaric, a former Roman general, led the Visigoths who sacked Rome in 410 CE. Alaric attacked Rome not out of hatred for Roman civilization, but because the Roman government owed his people money and refused to repay it. The Tang dynasty in China faced a remarkably similar problem during the Anlushan rebellion in the 8th century. Anlushan, a general of Central Asian origin, held immense authority over the northeastern frontier. He was precisely the kind of person the Tang needed, someone who understood both Chinese administrative systems and the nomadic peoples they were trying to control. But here's the thing about giving someone that much power. They start to realise they don't actually need you anymore. Anlushan commanded armies that were larger and better trained than the forces available to the emperor. He controlled territory that was wealthier and more productive than many entire kingdoms. When political tensions arose, he had the resources to do something about it. The rebellion lasted 8 years and devastated much of northern China. Even though the Tang dynasty technically survived, it never fully recovered its previous strength or unity. It's like surviving a heart attack. You're still alive, but you're never quite the same afterward. What's particularly intriguing is how these military problems were often the result of previous successes. The Romans recruited barbarian federates because their earlier conquests had made traditional Roman military service less attractive to Roman citizens. Why risk your life on the frontier when you could make money in trade or administration in the comfortable interior provinces? Similarly, the Tang dynasty relied on non-Chinese generals like Anlushan because their expansion into Central Asia required people who understood local conditions and cultures. Chinese generals from the heartland were often ineffective in frontier regions, where the rules of warfare and diplomacy were entirely different. But success in solving one problem often creates new ones that are harder to solve. Once you've hired foreign troops, you have to keep them happy, which usually means paying them more than your citizens are willing to accept for the same work. Once you've given frontier generals autonomy, you have to trust that they'll continue to use it in your interests rather than their own. The most sobering aspect of these military collapses is how reasonable they look from everyone's perspective. The central government was trying to maintain control over vast territories with limited resources. The foreign allies were trying to secure better lives for their people. The individual generals were trying to advance their careers and protect their soldiers. Nobody was trying to destroy civilization. They were all just trying to make the best of difficult circumstances. Yet the cumulative effect of all these rational decisions was the collapse of political systems that had maintained peace and prosperity for centuries. It's a reminder that beneficial intentions and rational behaviour don't always lead to advantageous outcomes, especially in complex systems where individual decisions can have far-reaching unintended consequences. Nothing quite puts life in perspective like a good pandemic, and ancient empires had more than their share of both. But unlike modern disease outbreaks, ancient plagues didn't just kill people. They unravelled the entire social fabric that held civilizations together. The Antonine Plague hit the Roman Empire in 165 CE, and basically didn't stop for 15 years. While some modern historians believe it was smallpox, others argue it was measles, demonstrating the long-standing tradition of academics debating deadly diseases. What we do know is that it killed somewhere between 5 and 10% of the entire Roman population, which is like wiping out every person in California and Texas combined. But here's what makes ancient plagues particularly devastating. Ancient economies were almost entirely based on human labour. When you lose 10% of your workforce overnight, you don't just have 10% less productivity. You have a complete breakdown of the systems that depend on having enough people to make them work. Think about your workplace. If half your co-workers suddenly disappeared, you wouldn't just be doing more work, you'd be doing completely different work, probably badly, while also trying to figure out which of their responsibilities were actually important and which were just bureaucratic busy work that nobody will miss. Now imagine that scenario playing out across an entire empire in every town, on every farm and in every workshop. The plague hit Rome just as Marcus Aurelius was trying to combat major barbarian incursions along the Danube frontier. Instead of having the resources to mount an effective military response, he found himself managing a civilization that was quite literally dying. Tax revenues collapsed because there were fewer people to tax, and many of the survivors were too busy dealing with immediate survival to worry about paying taxes. The military recruitment system broke down because the traditional sources of soldiers, young men from rural areas, had been hit particularly hard by the disease. As merchants died or decided that travelling to potentially infected cities was a poor business strategy, trade networks frayed. It's like watching a complex machine lose crucial parts one by one until it finally just stops working entirely. Meanwhile, across the empire, people were trying to make sense of why their gods had apparently abandoned them. The Roman state religion was based on the idea that proper rituals and sacrifices would ensure divine favour and protection. When plague devastated the empire despite all the appropriate ceremonies, it raised uncomfortable questions about whether the old gods were still paying attention. This spiritual crisis paved the way for new religious movements, especially Christianity, which provided alternative explanations for suffering and diverse forms of hope for the future. The plague didn't create Christianity, but it certainly helped create conditions where Christian ideas about divine justice and eternal life became more appealing to people who were watching their world literally die around them. The Justinian plague, which hit the Byzantine Empire in the 6th century, was even more devastating. This was probably bubonic plague, the same disease that would later become famous as the Black Death. It arrived in Constantinople aboard grain ships from Egypt, which is a reminder that trade networks that bring prosperity can also bring catastrophe. The plague killed an estimated 25 million people across the Byzantine Empire and surrounding regions. Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague but survived, although he was reportedly never quite the same afterward. Emperor Justinian had to drastically scale back his grand plans to reconquer the Western Roman territories as the empire focused on simply staying alive. What's particularly striking about the Justinian plague is how it changed the entire trajectory of European and Middle Eastern history. Before the plague, the Byzantine Empire was probably strong enough to reclaim much of the former Roman territories and re-establish a unified Mediterranean world. After the plague, that possibility disappeared forever. The demographic collapse also shifted the balance of power between the Byzantine Empire and the rising Islamic states to the south. A healthy, populous Byzantine Empire might have been able to stop, or at least significantly slow, the Arab conquests of the 7th century. The plague-weakened empire could barely defend its heartland. But plagues didn't just affect empires directly through death and economic disruption. They also changed how people thought about government, religion, and social organisation. When established authorities can't protect people from invisible threats, those authorities lose legitimacy. When traditional explanations for how the world works fail to account for catastrophic events, people become more open to new ideas and new forms of social organisation. In this context, plagues often acted as catalysts that accelerated changes already in progress. The Roman Empire was already dealing with military, economic and political pressures when the Antonine Plague hit. While the plague didn't initiate these issues, it intensified their complexity and spawned new challenges that overextended the system. Sometimes empires don't collapse gradually, sometimes they just disappear. The Maya cities of the southern lowlands were abandoned so quickly that archaeologists observed dinner plates still sitting on tables, as if people just stepped out for a moment and never came back. It's like finding a ghost town where the ghost forgot to take their belongings. The speed of these sudden collapses is what makes them so mysterious and so frightening. We often believe that complex societies are resilient, capable of bending without breaking, and that there is a plan in place for when things go wrong. But the archaeological record is full of civilizations that seemed perfectly fine one day, and were empty ruins the next. Angkor, the capital of the Khmer Empire in Cambodia, supported over 1 million people at its height in the 12th century. The temple complex at Angkor Wat remains one of the most impressive architectural achievements in human history. The hydraulic engineering system that supported the city was so sophisticated that modern engineers are still figuring out how it worked. This was not a civilization that seemed likely to just pack up and leave. Yet by the 15th century, Angkor was largely abandoned. The jungle was already beginning to reclaim the temples and palaces. The elaborate canal system that had supported the massive population was falling into disrepair. What had been one of the world's largest cities became a ruin so overgrown that European explorers in the 19th century initially thought the temples were natural rock formations. What happened? The truth is, we are unsure of the exact cause, which adds to the terror of the sudden collapse. Current theories focus on climate change, specifically a shift from the medieval warm period to the Little Ice Age that disrupted the monsoon patterns the Khmer depended on for their water management system. But climate change alone doesn't explain the speed of the abandonment. After all, the Khmer had dealt with variable weather patterns for centuries. They had built redundancy into their water systems precisely because they understood that droughts and floods were inevitable. Something must have shifted the perspective from difficult but manageable to abandon everything and flee. The most likely explanation is that Angkor suffered from what systems theorists call cascading failure. The water management system was incredibly sophisticated, but that sophistication made it fragile in unexpected ways. When one part of the system failed, it stressed the others, which then failed, and so on. It's like when your computer crashes. Usually it's not because of one catastrophic error, but because a series of small problems interact in ways that overwhelm the system's ability to cope. The difference is that when your computer crashes, you can restart it. When a civilization crashes, the knowledge of how to restart it often dies with the people who flee. The Bronze Age collapse provides another example of sudden widespread system failure. Around 1200 BCE, the entire eastern Mediterranean world seemed to fall apart within a generation or two. Cities that had flourished for centuries were destroyed or abandoned. Trade networks that had connected regions from Greece to Mesopotamia simply stopped functioning. Writing systems were forgotten in some areas for centuries. What makes this collapse particularly puzzling is that it affected regions with very different political systems, economies, and cultures. The Mycenaean palaces in Greece had little in common with the Hittite cities in Turkey, yet they both collapsed at roughly the same time. It seemed as though someone had abruptly ended an entire civilization, yet no one had the authority to do so. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the Bronze Age world was much more interconnected than previously thought. The palace at Pylos in Greece contained records of trade relationships stretching across the Mediterranean. Egyptian tombs contain objects made from materials that could only have come from Scandinavia or Afghanistan. The Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of Turkey contained goods from at least 7 different regions. This interconnectedness was a source of strength during productive times. It allowed for specialised production, efficient resource allocation, and the spread of beneficial technologies and ideas. But it also created vulnerability. When one part of the network failed, the failure could cascade through the entire system faster than anyone could respond. Economists increasingly believe that supply chain failure caused the Bronze Age collapse. When the network of trade relationships that supported Bronze Age civilization was disrupted, whether by climate change, political instability, or simple overextension, The entire system collapsed because no single region could produce everything it needed locally. The implications for our own interconnected world are sobering. We depend on global supply chains that are far more complex and extensive than anything the Bronze Age civilizations could have imagined. Our food, our energy, our technology, our medicines, almost everything we need for modern life depends on systems that span the globe and involve millions of people we'll never meet. What happens if those systems fail? The Bronze Age collapse suggests that the failure might be sudden, comprehensive, and very difficult to reverse once it begins. After spending thousands of years studying why ancient empires collapsed, you'd think we'd have learned something useful. Instead, we keep making the same mistakes, just with better technology and more sophisticated ways of justifying them. The most dangerous myth we tell ourselves is that collapse is always someone else's fault. When we study ancient empires, we focus on external threats, barbarian invasions, foreign conquests and natural disasters. It's comforting to think that civilizations fail because of forces beyond their control, because that means our civilization's problems are temporary setbacks rather than systemic flaws. But the truth is messier and more uncomfortable. Most empires collapsed because they couldn't solve problems that were entirely predictable and largely self-inflicted. The Romans knew their currency was being debased. The Maya knew their cities were growing beyond what their agricultural system could support. The Tang dynasty knew that giving too much power to frontier generals was risky. They knew, but they couldn't act on what they knew because acting would have required short-term sacrifices for long-term benefits, and political systems are notoriously poor at making those kinds of trade-offs. It is more convenient to postpone problems and rely on future solutions from others. Sound familiar? We know that climate change is real and dangerous. We know that economic inequality is reaching levels that historically lead to social instability. We know that our political institutions are under stress, and that public trust in government is declining. We know that our infrastructure is aging and that our social safety nets are underfunded. But knowing and acting are different things, especially when acting requires admitting that some of our most cherished assumptions about how the world works might be wrong. The Romans never admitted that their empire had grown too large to govern effectively. The Maya never acknowledged that their agricultural system was unsustainable. We have our own blind spots that future historians will probably find equally obvious and equally frustrating. The second myth is that technology will save us. We assume that because we have better tools than ancient peoples, we'll be able to solve problems that defeated them. However, technology can have both positive and negative effects. It can solve problems, but it can also create new problems that are harder to solve than the original ones. The Romans possessed superior military technology compared to their enemies, but this advantage allowed them to conquer more territory, leading to administrative and economic problems that ultimately overwhelmed their ability to manage these issues. The Maya developed sophisticated astronomical and mathematical knowledge, but they used it to build cities that were ultimately unsustainable given their environmental constraints. Our technology is far more advanced than anything ancient peoples could have imagined, but it's also created dependencies and vulnerabilities that they never had to worry about. When Roman communication systems failed, messages took longer to deliver. When our communication systems fail, global financial markets can crash in minutes. The third myth is that collapse means the end of everything. In reality, collapse is usually a process of simplification and reorganization, rather than total destruction. When the Western Roman Empire fell, the people didn't disappear. They adapted to new political arrangements, developed new economic systems, and found new ways to organize their communities. The Dark Ages weren't actually that dark. People continued to farm, to trade, to build, to learn, and to create art. They just did it in different ways and at smaller scales than their imperial predecessors. Often, the end of empire meant the beginning of more sustainable and more responsive forms of social organization. This isn't meant to minimize the genuine suffering that often accompanies collapse, or to suggest that we should welcome the end of our own civilization. But it is meant to point out that human societies are remarkably adaptable, and that the end of one way of doing things often opens up space for better ways of doing things. The final myth is that we can prevent collapse by learning from history. The uncomfortable truth is that knowing how empires collapse doesn't necessarily help you prevent your own empire from collapsing. The problems that bring down civilizations are usually obvious to people living through them, but they're also usually embedded so deeply in the system that solving them would require changing the very things that make the system successful in the first place. The Romans couldn't solve their military problems without giving up the territories that made them wealthy enough to pay for their military. The Maya couldn't solve their environmental problems without abandoning the intensive agriculture that supported their large populations. We can't solve our climate problems without changing the industrial systems that provide our standard of living. This doesn't mean that collapse is inevitable, or that we should give up trying to solve our problems. It means that solutions require us to be honest about the trade-offs involved, and willing to accept that some changes might make us less powerful or less wealthy in the short term, to make us more sustainable in the long term. The real lesson from the collapse of ancient empires isn't that all civilizations are doomed to fail. It's that civilizations that refuse to adapt to changing circumstances are doomed to fail, while those that can find ways to transform themselves have a chance to survive and even thrive. The question isn't whether our civilization will face existential challenges. It will. The question is whether we'll be wise enough to change before change is forced upon us, and humble enough to learn from the mistakes of the past while we still have time to avoid repeating them. Sleep well. Tomorrow is another day to build something better. Think about how cool it would be to wear all of your savings on your wrist. This is not a smartwatch that displays your bank balance, but rather real money transformed into something beautiful that complements any outfit. For more than 1,000 years, such jewellery wasn't a fantasy. It was the everyday life of millions of people in Africa and beyond. Bracelet money, which had different names in different cultures, was precisely what it sounds like. Money that you could wear. These were carefully crafted metal bands. They were carefully made pieces of functional art, each one representing a different value. Each one was designed to catch the light as you moved your arm, and they were all heavy enough that you could feel your wealth with every gesture. We are used to paper bills and plastic cards, so the idea may seem strange to us. But bracelet money solved many problems that would be hard for any ancient economy to deal with. First, it was portable in a way that made sense for societies where people move frequently. Traders, herders, and seasonal farmers who needed to carry their wealth with them. Second, it was valuable in and of itself because it was made of metals that were worth more than just their money value. Third, and maybe the smartest thing, it was both useful and lovely, working as both money and decoration. These bracelets came in many different shapes and sizes, with each area making its own unique styles and rules. Some were thick and heavy, and wearing a lot of them would make a satisfying metallic sound with every movement. Some were fragile and complicated, made to fit nicely on a forearm. Copper and bronze, both valuable and easy to work with, were the most common. However, some special pieces used iron, brass, or even precious metals for transactions that were very valuable. The weight of the bracelet money was crucial to how it worked, in contrast to modern currency, where the physical object has little to do with its stated value. The value of bracelet money was directly related to how much metal it had. This meant that a heavier bracelet was worth more than a lighter one, which made it very difficult to fake or lower the value of the money. You couldn't just print more money when you needed it. You had to mine the metal, melt it down, and shape it into the right shape. What was intelligent about bracelet money was how it solved the problem of making change. You could break up big bracelets into smaller pieces for smaller purchases, and when you needed to, you could melt down the smaller pieces and make them into bigger ones. It was a flexible system that could handle any size transaction you needed to make. However, if you needed to break your money to buy groceries, you would have had to plan ahead. The bracelet's luxurious appearance played a significant role in its functioning. People were more likely to trade beautiful things, accept them across cultural lines, and not melt them down for their raw materials. A trader coming to a foreign market with a bunch of nice bracelets was easy to spot as someone with money and style. These characteristics opened doors that might have stayed closed for someone carrying shapeless lumps of metal. It was interesting and complicated how wearing your wealth affected your social life. One aspect of bracelet money's safety was its physical attachment to your body, making it difficult for thieves to steal. On the other hand, wearing your wealth made it clear to everyone around you how rich you were. You couldn't hide your wealth or poverty when your bank account was on display. This visibility made for some intriguing social situations. Rich people might wear dozens of bracelets, which would make music every time they moved and let people know they were rich from a distance. You could hear a rich person coming before you saw them, and the soft clinking of metal on metal served as a kind of status soundtrack. In many ancient societies, women didn't have much financial freedom, but bracelet money gave them some. You could better track your money when your jewellery was your wealth than with other currencies. A woman could earn bracelet money through her own work or trade, wear it as jewellery, and keep it even after she got married. The practice was a practical and empowering way to have financial security. Making good bracelet money required a lot of skill, which turned metalworking from a simple trade into a complex art form. Master craftsmen made bracelets that were both pretty and useful as currency. They used twisting, braiding, and hammering to make unique patterns and textures. People often kept these methods a secret, passing them down through families or guilds. This is why some areas are known for the beauty and quality of their fine jewellery. Another big plus was that bracelet money lasted a long time. Paper money can be ruined by water, fire, or just normal wear and tear. Conversely, if properly cared for, metal bracelets can endure for generations. Because they lasted so long, they were excellent stores of value that could keep wealth for decades or even centuries. Archaeological sites in Africa and other parts of the world still show examples of bracelet money, which shows how long they last and how widely they were used. Think of the first metalworker who saw copper as a useful material rather than just raw material. Somewhere in the mists of prehistory, likely in a small workshop filled with the warm glow of forge fires and the rhythmic sound of hammering, someone made the creative transition from crafting tools to crafting money. It wasn't just metallurgy, it was economic philosophy that had been hammered into shape. Bracelet money has been around for thousands of years. It started in different parts of Africa on its own, and spread through trade networks that connected faraway communities long before Europeans ever thought about going around the world. The oldest examples we have are from around 500 CE, but the practice was probably much older. These weren't simple attempts at making money. They were smart ways to solve challenging economic problems made by societies that knew more about trade, value, and human psychology than most people give them credit for. Archaeological evidence points to the copper-rich areas of what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo as the place where the practice began. There were many raw materials and a lot of advanced metallurgical knowledge. For thousands of years, ancient African societies worked with metals and came up with mining, smelting, and shaping methods that were as effective as or better than those used anywhere else in the world. These societies needed a way to trade over long distances, so they naturally turned to their strongest technology. The change from trading goods for money to using bracelets as money probably took hundreds of years to fully happen, rather than occurring all at once. Early versions were just twisted copper rods, which were worth more for the metal than for their quality. As time went on and the system proved itself, artisans started to add decorative elements to the basic design to make the bracelets more appealing and, as a result, easier to trade. There was a reason why most bracelet money was made of copper and bronze. These metals had all the right properties for a monetary system. They were valuable enough to give the money worth, yet common enough to allow small purchases. They could be used at relatively low temperatures, so local blacksmiths could make and change them without needing advanced industrial infrastructure. They were also resistant to rust, so your money wouldn't literally disappear in your hands. When iron was used for bracelet money, it changed the way things worked. Iron bracelets were often worth more than copper ones because iron was harder to work with, and because people always needed iron tools and weapons. An iron bracelet was a sign of wealth that could be turned into useful things when needed. For example, your money could become a spear point or a hoe blade if you needed it to. Standardizing bracelet money was a big step forward in early economics. Communities across large areas somehow came up with consistent standards for weight and purity that made their currencies acceptable to each other, even though there were no central banking systems or government oversight. This indicates a degree of inter-community communication and collaboration that contests simplistic perceptions of ancient African societies as isolated or primitive. The different styles of bracelet money in different regions tell fascinating stories about trade relationships and cultural identity. In some areas, people liked thick, heavy bracelets that showed how rich they were. Some people liked delicate, detailed designs that showed off the skill of the people who made them. Some people even made unique twisting patterns or surface decorations that made their bracelets easy to spot in far-off markets. The religious and spiritual aspects of bracelet money gave it a lot more meaning than just money. Many African cultures thought that metals had spiritual powers, and wearing metal bracelets could have protective or ceremonial purposes in addition to being valuable. This spiritual aspect helped bracelet money become a big part of cultural practices, making it more than just a way to trade. It became a part of social and religious life. Making successful bracelet money required a lot of specialised knowledge. Smiths needed to know more than just the basics of metallurgy. They also needed to know what their money system needed. They needed to know the right weight ratios, how to make sure their products were always pure, and what decorative styles would make them acceptable in different markets. Those who had this knowledge often kept it to themselves, leading to the formation of specialised communities that were the mint masters of their areas. Making bracelet money had a big effect on the environment because it needed a lot of mining and fuel for smelting. This made the economic ties between mining towns, metalworking centres, and trading networks very complicated. The need for bracelet money led to the search for and development of mineral resources all over Africa. Such developments helped mining technologies and trade routes grow, which would have a big impact on the continent's economy for hundreds of years. Instead of government rules, quality control in the making of bracelet money was based on community, standards and reputation. Smiths who consistently made bracelets that were the right weight and purity would build reputations that let them charge high prices for their work. Individuals who compromised quality or violated standards faced immediate exclusion from trade networks that depended on trust and dependability. Because a lot of ancient African economic activity was seasonal, bracelet money had to do many different things throughout the year. Farmers might trade bracelets for seeds or tools during planting season. They could obtain bracelets during the harvest by selling extra crops. When it was dry and travel was easier, they might have used their savings to trade with people far away. This cyclical use pattern necessitated a monetary system capable of maintaining value over time and facilitating easy changes when necessary. Picture the sound of a caravan getting ready to leave in the early morning mist. The soft lowing of cows, the soft conversations of traders checking their goods, and the musical chiming of hundreds of metal bracelets as their wearers moved around getting ready were all part of the scene. For hundreds of years, this was the music that played in African markets. Bracelet money was both the instrument and the symphony. The major trade routes of medieval Africa were like the internet of their time. They were invisible networks that linked far-off communities and let people trade goods, ideas and cultures on a scale that would have impressed any modern logistics manager. The famous Silk Road receives most of the historical attention, but African trade routes were often fluid and seasonal, changing with the weather, politics, and business opportunities. Bracelet money was a perfect fit for this fast-paced trading world. Bracelets could go anywhere their wearers could go, unlike big items or items that could spoil. They didn't need special storage, they couldn't spoil or break easily, and their value stayed the same regardless of what the market was like in the area. A trader could go from the copper mines in Katanga to the goldfields in Zimbabwe to the ivory markets in East Africa, and their bracelet money would be accepted and recognised all along the way. Along with other types of money, bracelet money was widely used on the trans-Saharan trade routes that connected sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa and the Mediterranean world. These routes were like highways through one of the hardest places on Earth, and to get through them, you needed to plan ahead, have a lot of resources, and work well with people from other communities. Bracelet money helped these partnerships by giving people a way to trade that was accepted across cultures and languages. Because a lot of African trade happened only at certain times of the year, traders needed a type of money that could hold value, even when they weren't working. When it rained, travel became hard or impossible, and trade would stop for months at a time. Bracelet money was perfect for these times because it didn't go bad while it was being stored. It didn't need any upkeep, and it was ready to use right away when trading season started again. Using bracelet money was different along river routes, especially along the Niger, Congo and Zambezi river systems. River trade made it possible to move heavier goods and more money, but it also needed different security measures. Canoe traders devised ways to wear and store their bracelet money, so it wouldn't get wet and was easy to access. The spread of bracelet money along trade routes wasn't just about making money, it was also about passing on and adapting culture. As traders brought their money to new places, local craftsmen would watch how they made things and slowly change them to fit local tastes and materials. This process led to differences between regions that show how cultures and technologies spread across medieval Africa. Different mining areas had their own unique ways of using bracelet money. Communities close to copper mines often became specialised centres for making bracelets. They used their access to raw materials to build advanced metalworking industries. These centres would then send finished bracelet money along trade routes, making economic ties that linked mining communities to far-off markets in complicated webs of interdependence. The fact that bracelet money had the same weight in different, Parts of Africa is a great example of how advanced African trade networks were. Somehow, even though there was no central authority or modern communication systems, communities over large areas were able to agree on and keep consistent standards that made their currencies acceptable to each other. Traders who were always on the move and acted as living repositories of market information and standards likely helped make this standardization happen. Bracelet money was used a lot on salt routes, especially those that connected the Sahara Salt mines to markets in sub-Saharan Africa. Salt was very important for keeping food fresh and staying healthy in tropical climates. This made it one of the most important trade goods in medieval Africa. The salt trade needed currency systems that could handle both big wholesale deals and smaller retail sales. Bracelet money was perfect for these different business needs because it could be used in many different ways. Pastoralist communities moved around a lot during the seasons, which created mobile markets that bracelet money was perfect for. As herders moved their cows, sheep and goats around looking for food and water, they made temporary trading spots wherever they stopped. These communities could trade with each other using bracelet money, which was easier than using barter systems or carrying a lot of other types of money. Trade fairs and markets that sprang up at key points along major routes became places where people could see different regional styles of bracelet money. These meetings gave traders a chance to compare currencies from different areas, share information about market conditions, and build the relationships that would make future trade easier. These markets had a wide range of bracelet styles, which would have been like looking through a physical catalogue of African metalworking traditions. Taxes paid in bracelet money were often used to pay for the protection of trade routes. In exchange for tribute payments, which were often made in the form of metal bracelets, local rulers would protect traders who passed through their lands. This set up systems of rewards that encourage people to keep trade peaceful and build things like wells, rest stops and storage spaces. Imagine walking through a busy market in medieval Timbuktu with several pounds of carefully made copper bracelets on your arms that jingle softly with each step. The air in the morning smells like spices, leather and wood smoke from many cooking fires. Vendors shout out their goods in many languages, and soon you'll see how useful it was to wear your money. Using bracelet money every day made shopping both more personal and more difficult than anything we're used to today. Every transaction was a physical experience. You could feel the weight of your money leaving your arms as you made purchases. This made you aware of how much you were spending right away, which is something that modern digital transactions don't do at all. In medieval Africa, people often used bracelet money to pay for groceries. A farmer who brought millet or sorghum to market might take small copper bracelets as payment. They would weigh the bracelets carefully to make sure they got a fair price for their grain. Making change often meant breaking up larger bracelets into smaller pieces, which required both skill and trust. You couldn't just give the exact amount of money. You had to talk about how to break it into the right size pieces. Buying clothes was one of the most interesting ways to use bracelet money. In many parts of medieval Africa, textile production was a very advanced field. They had elaborate cotton weaving traditions and complicated dyeing methods that made fabrics that were as good as anything made anywhere else in the world. A piece of high-quality cloth could cost several heavy bracelets, so you would have to be very careful when talking about weights and purity. It was ironic that you were using jewellery to buy things to make other kinds of jewellery. Food vendors in busy markets became very good at dealing with bracelet money transactions. While they were cooking and serving customers, they had to be able to quickly figure out how much different bracelets were worth. A bowl of stew could cost one small bracelet, but a full meal with meat and vegetables could cost several. These vendors probably had very strong arms because they were lifting weights all day as part of their job. Buying and selling livestock was one of the most valuable ways to use bracelet money in everyday business. A cow could be worth dozens of heavy bracelets, while a goat or sheep could be worth a few smaller ones. These deals often had a ceremonial feel to them. For example, the buyer would show off their wealth by wearing all the payment bracelets at once before giving them to the seller. Picture how impressive it would be to see someone walking through a market with enough metal coins to buy a cow. They would have sounded like a one-person percussion section. People who bought crafts basically traded their skills for money that they could wear. A skilled potter might trade a set of cooking pots for a few bracelets, which they could wear until they needed to buy more things. This led to some interesting situations where successful artisans could become very wealthy, as shown by the heavy bracelets on their arms. In traditional African societies, people often paid for medical services with bracelet money. This made for interesting relationships between healers and their patients. Depending on how complicated the treatment was, a traditional healer might charge different amounts. For example, serious illnesses might need a lot of money and heavy bracelets. Because their income was directly tied to how well they treated patients, this system gave healers reasons to keep their reputations and effectiveness up. Bracelet money payments were often used to pay for school, especially for specialised training in trades or crafts. A young person learning metalworking, weaving or other useful skills might pay their teacher with bracelets that their family has collected over time. This led to investment relationships where families would literally wear their children's educational savings on their arms until it was time to pay for school. In the past, when people had different ideas about property ownership, housing, transactions sometimes involved bracelet money. You could use metal bracelets to pay for building materials, construction work and rental agreements. However, because you needed so many of them, you often had to melt them down and make them into more useful shapes. The social aspects of buying things with bracelet money gave each purchase more meaning. When you took off your bracelets to pay for something, you were telling the world about your wealth and what was important to you. This visibility put social pressure on people to spend wisely and show off their wealth in a way that was appropriate for their social status. People started to shop at certain times of the year because of the way farming and trade worked in cycles. Farmers would turn their crops into wearable wealth during harvest seasons, which would lead to more bracelet money circulating in markets. During planting seasons, the flow would change as people turned their stored bracelet wealth back into seeds, tools, and other things they needed for the next growing season. Taking care of and maintaining bracelet money made its own mini-economy of services. Metalworkers cleaned, fixed and changed worn out or broken bracelets. They could also make larger bracelets out of smaller ones, or break larger bracelets into smaller ones as needed. These services were necessary to keep the currency system working and gave skilled craftsmen a steady income. Different strategies were needed to store and protect bracelet money than modern money. Rich people might have special boxes or cloths to keep their bracelets when they weren't wearing them, but the safest place to keep them was usually on their own arms. This made for interesting sleeping arrangements. Going to bed with a lot of money on you probably made for some uncomfortable nights, but it was usually the safest choice. Get even more comfortable and picture the steady rhythm of feet on old paths, the slow plodding of pack animals, and the soft, metallic music of thousands of bracelets moving with their wearers along trade routes that crossed the whole continent. These weren't random wanderings. They were the arteries of a sophisticated economic system that moved goods, ideas, and bracelet money across distances that would challenge modern logistics companies. The spread of bracelet money along established trade routes happened naturally, like water flowing along the path of least resistance. Traders, who were always practical, quickly saw the benefits of a currency that was easy to carry, store, and keep its value across cultures. They not only carried their own bracelet wealth along their usual paths, but they also brought the idea of wearable money to new communities. The Swahili coast, with its advanced cities and large networks of maritime trade, became an important centre for the flow of bracelet money. Indian Ocean trade brought together merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and China. This made cosmopolitan markets where bracelet money competed with and worked well with other currency systems. The fact that bracelet money could be used in these multicultural settings showed that it was a good way to trade. Coastal communities made their own versions of bracelet money that showed how much they cared about the sea. These coastal versions were often made from alloys that were less likely to corrode in salt air. Their designs sometimes included patterns related to sea life or maritime activities. A trader coming from the interior with regular copper bracelets might trade them for these special coastal ones before doing business at sea. Bracelet money was widely used in the Great Lakes region of East Africa because Lakes Victoria, Tanganyika, and others made it easy to move goods by water. Canoe-based trade networks brought bracelet money, ivory, iron goods, and agricultural goods to places where people fished, farmed, and traded. These networks linked fishing communities with farming areas and trading centres. Local merchants must have been happy to see a loaded canoe pull up to a lakeside market, with its passengers wearing the musical wealth of many trading trips. In mining areas, people had special relationships with bracelet money that went beyond just using it as money. People who lived near iron deposits often made iron bracelets that could be used for two things: as money when worn, and as tools or weapons when needed. Iron bracelets were especially useful in frontier areas where useful tools were just as important as money. The spread of Islam along trade routes made it interesting to use bracelet money. Islamic law had strict rules about usury and money exchange that didn't always match up with how African currencies were usually used. But bracelet money's intrinsic value and ability to be both a commodity and a currency made it more adaptable to Islamic commercial law than purely symbolic currencies. In agricultural areas, people used bracelet money in ways that matched the seasons of their farming. Farmers would turn stored bracelet wealth into seeds, tools and labour during planting seasons. They would gather bracelets by selling extra crops during the harvest. Traders who had been doing this for a while learned to expect and take advantage of these predictable flows of money. Setting up permanent markets at key points along trade routes created places where people could trade bracelet money, which was almost like modern foreign exchange markets. These markets let traders switch between different regional styles of bracelet money, making sure that their money would be accepted no matter where they went next. The exchange rates between different types of bracelets were based on complicated math that took into account the quality of the metal, the quality of the craftsmanship, and the preferences of the region. Royal courts along major trade routes often got a lot of bracelet money from tribute, taxes, and trade. These collections had many uses. They were stores of wealth, symbols of power, and practical reserves that could be used to pay for military campaigns or public works projects. Seeing royal regalia with hundreds of expensive bracelets would have shown off both wealth and cultural sophistication in a big way. The use of bracelet money to create credit systems showed how advanced African business practices were. Trusted traders could often get goods by promising to pay in bracelets at a later date. This created debt relationships that made it easier to trade over long distances. These credit arrangements needed a level of knowledge about market conditions, trader reputations, and currency values that was on par with what you would find in modern European or Middle Eastern business centres. There was a lot of bracelet money going around on pilgrimage routes, especially those used by Muslims going to and from Mecca. Pilgrims needed money that they could carry with them, and that would keep its value while they travelled. Bracelet money was perfect for this. During certain times of the year, a lot of pilgrims would come together, and this would create temporary markets where bracelet money from all over the world would be shown and traded. The use of bracelet money in diplomacy gave it a new dimension as it spread along trade routes. To start or keep political relationships, rulers often sent each other elaborate bracelets as gifts. These diplomatic gifts helped make designs and values more consistent across different areas. A very beautiful set of diplomatic bracelets could set design trends that would last for generations and affect local craftsmen. In many cases, the borders between different political groups became places where people could trade and change bracelet money. In this place, bracelets from one area could be melted down and made into styles that were more popular in nearby areas. These border markets were places where different cultures and economies could mix and share ideas about how to design and use bracelet money. Get ready for a more thoughtful part of our story by pouring yourself another cup of tea. Every currency system, no matter how well it works or how well it fits, will eventually run into problems that test its strength. The era of bracelet money was no different, and the factors that caused its slow decline reveal as much about the evolving nature of African societies as its emergence illustrates their historical sophistication. The end of bracelet money wasn't sudden or terrible. It was more like watching a tide slowly go out, leaving behind signs of its presence while slowly giving way to new economic realities. This change happened over the course of several centuries, from the 1400s to the 1800s. It was caused by a complicated mix of technological advances, political changes, and outside forces that changed African economies. European contact with Africa started in the 1400s along the coasts and brought new types of money that competed with older systems. European traders brought silver coins, gold pieces, and later, things that were made by people that could be used as trade goods. These new currencies were better in some situations. For example, they were often lighter than bracelet money for the same value, and they were easy to use in global markets that African traders were becoming more interested in. The Atlantic slave trade, which was very sad, also messed up traditional currency systems by making people want different kinds of trade goods. European slave traders often liked to trade in things that were made, like textiles, guns, and alcohol, instead of traditional African currencies. This change in trade patterns slowly made bracelet money less useful in coastal areas, where Europeans had the most contact. Changes in technology in metallurgy and manufacturing started to have an effect on the economics of making bracelet money. As European industrial methods became available, the cost advantage of traditional African metalworking started to go away. Handmade bracelets often cost more than mass-produced metal goods, so bracelet money wasn't as good of a store of value. In many parts of Africa, centralized political systems grew, which made people want more standard currency systems. When kingdoms and empires were trying to strengthen their power, They often liked currencies that they could control and regulate more easily than the traditional bracelet money systems that had grown up naturally through trade networks. Rulers had more direct control over their economies when they used government-issued money. Changes in religion, like the spread of Christianity through missionary work, sometimes put cultural pressure on people to stop doing things like using bracelet money. Some missionaries were wary of traditional African practices and urged their converts to adopt European-style economic practices, including the use of European currency. As African economies became part of global trade networks, there was a need for currencies that could easily be exchanged in international markets. Bracelet money worked well for trade between African countries, but it wasn't as useful for trade between countries where European and Middle Eastern currencies were becoming standard. People who wanted to trade in global markets needed money that would be accepted in London, Paris, or Cairo. As cities grew in many parts of Africa, the economy changed in ways that weren't as good for bracelet money. In cities with a lot of people, where people worked in more specialised jobs and didn't have as much direct contact with farming cycles, the seasonal patterns of bracelet money use became less important. People who lived in cities often liked currencies that were easier to store and move around in small spaces. As banking and credit systems based on European models grew, they slowly took over some of the jobs that bracelet money used to do. These new banks could give out loans, keep money safe, and make it easier to do business over long distances, which was often better than the old bracelet money systems, especially for big businesses. When colonial governments came to different parts of Africa, they actively tried to get rid of traditional currency systems in favour of colonial currencies that were easier to control and tax. Colonial governments had strong reasons to get rid of traditional currencies that they didn't directly supervise or control. The drop wasn't the same in every area or community. People in rural areas, places with few European contacts, and places where traditional political systems were still strong often used bracelet money long after it had disappeared from coastal cities. Some communities kept two types of money: bracelet money for everyday transactions and newer currencies for trading with other markets. The same durability that made bracelet money such a good currency also meant that examples kept going around long after new ones stopped being made. For decades after they stopped being made as money, people could reuse, melt down, or pass down old bracelets. This made the bracelet money systems useful for a long time after they stopped being made. It wasn't always easy or welcome to stop using bracelet money. A lot of communities had strong cultural ties to their old money systems, and the loss of bracelet money was more than just a change in the economy. It was the loss of traditions that had linked communities to their ancestors and to each other. It was often harder to find a replacement for bracelet money's social and ceremonial uses than for its purely economic ones. Some groups tried to keep bracelet money systems going by making changes to fit new situations. They could keep making bracelets for ceremonial use while switching to newer currencies for everyday business. Or they could change traditional designs to use new materials or techniques that made them more competitive with imported options. As demand for quality bracelet money went down, the skills and knowledge needed to make it started to fade away. Master craftsmen who had spent their whole lives perfecting traditional skills found it harder to find apprentices who wanted to learn skills that seemed to be going out of style. This loss of technical knowledge was a kind of cultural loss that went far beyond just money. As you sip your bedtime drink and maybe look at the jewellery on your wrists, think about this amazing fact: the traditions and new ideas that led to Bracelet. Money didn't just go away when the currency itself stopped being used. Like all truly important human inventions, bracelet money left behind marks that still have an impact on African societies and global culture, in ways that may surprise you. The metalworking traditions that made bracelet money didn't die out. They changed and grew. Many of the methods used to make currency bracelets were also used to make decorative jewellery, ceremonial items, and works of art. Modern African metalsmiths still use techniques that can be traced back to the artisans who made jewellery that medieval traders could wear as wealth. There are clear links between modern African jewellery styles and old bracelet money styles. Many African cultures today prefer big, meaningful jewellery. This is because jewellery and wealth used to be the same thing. The heavy bangles, fancy armlets, and big necklaces that are popular all over Africa today are similar to the design ideas that made bracelet money both useful and pretty. In modern Africa, where the economy is unstable and there aren't many banks, the idea of portable wealth is still important. Traditional Western financial systems aren't as reliable. Many African communities still like to keep their money in forms that are easy to move, last a long time, and keep their value even when the economy or politics change. For example, Gold jewellery today does many of the same things that bracelet money did hundreds of years ago. Many cultural ceremonies in Africa include things that are clearly based on bracelet money traditions. People often wear or give away big metal jewellery at weddings, coming-of-age ceremonies and religious celebrations. This jewellery has symbolic meanings related to wealth, status, and being part of a community. These traditions keep the social and ceremonial roles that bracelet money used to have in African cultures. With more people interested in traditional African culture, bracelet money is once again being appreciated as both a historical artifact and an artistic inspiration. Modern African artists often use bracelet money designs in their jewellery, making pieces that connect wearers to their cultural heritage while also looking good. Museums all over Africa and the world now see bracelet money as important cultural objects that should be preserved and studied. When creating alternatives to traditional banking, some economic development programs in modern Africa look to traditional systems like bracelet money for ideas. Microfinance programs, community savings groups, and local currency initiatives frequently embody principles of portability, community governance, and intrinsic value that defined effective traditional currency systems. The archaeological examination of bracelet money sites has yielded significant insights into African economic history and technological advancement. These studies have shown that African societies and their economies were more advanced than previously thought, going against the idea that Africa was economically primitive before Europeans came into contact with it. Bracelet money is proof of how smart and creative Africans are when it comes to business. As part of a larger effort to connect young people with their cultural heritage, schools all over Africa now teach about bracelet money. Students learn to appreciate the depth and complexity of African civilizations and develop pride in their cultural heritage when they learn about traditional economic systems. These programs often let you try out traditional metalworking techniques for yourself. In many parts of Africa, bracelet money history is now a part of cultural heritage tours. While buying modern copies of old bracelet money designs, visitors can learn about how traditional African economies worked. This kind of tourism helps local artisans and lets people all over the world learn about African culture. Academic research on bracelet money has enhanced the comprehension of the evolution and operation of currency systems. Economists and anthropologists examine bracelet money as a case study of how societies can establish complex financial systems devoid of centralized authority or governmental oversight. These studies offer insights pertinent to current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and decentralized financial systems. When creating programs for communities that don't have access to regular banks, international development organizations have looked at traditional African currency systems like bracelet money. Development workers can make programs that are more likely to work by learning how traditional systems worked, instead of just using Western financial models. Bracelet money has an aesthetic impact that goes beyond Africa, because African people live all over the world, and people all over the world appreciate African art and design. Modern jewellery designers all over the world get ideas from traditional African metalwork like bracelet money designs. They make modern pieces that keep the old styles alive. Some of the new technologies in Africa today are based on the same ideas that made bracelet money work. Mobile money systems, for instance, share bracelet money's focus on being easy to carry, giving users control and not relying on a central banking system. Even though the technology is very different, the ideas behind user empowerment and decentralized control are similar to the democratic nature of traditional bracelet money systems. Modern African fashion is using more and more elements from traditional bracelet money designs. Fashion designers all over the continent make clothes and accessories that are inspired by the geometric patterns, metallic finishes, and big shapes that were common on old currency bracelets. This fashion movement helps keep traditional styles alive in today's world, while also making new ways for people to express themselves culturally. The examination of bracelet money has shaped contemporary comprehension of African economic history, contributing to a more precise depiction of the continent's commercial sophistication prior to European colonization. This scholarship has been very important in fighting racist stories about what Africans can do and have done. It has shown that Africans have come up with new ways to do business, work with metals, and trade over long distances. When making modern institutions, community groups in Africa sometimes use symbolic parts from bracelet money traditions. Credit unions, cooperative societies, and community development groups may use images or ceremonies that refer to old ways of organizing the economy in communities, linking their modern goals to those of the past. The environmental lessons of bracelet money are still important when talking about how to grow the economy in a way that is good for the environment. Modern disposable consumer culture is very different from traditional African currency systems, which focused on durability, recyclability, and using local materials. These historical instances serve as a catalyst for modern initiatives aimed at fostering more sustainable economic practices. As your evening becomes more peaceful and your body adjusts to the soothing rhythms of sleep, let's look into the deep meanings of bracelet money that go beyond just buying and selling. This old system of money gives us a look into human nature, how societies are set up, and the link between beauty and usefulness that is still as true today as it was 1,000 years ago. Bracelet money is a fundamentally different way of designing currency than what we are used to today. It combines aesthetic beauty with practical function. Modern money is only a symbol. Its physical form has nothing to do with its value. Bracelet money, on the other hand, showed its worth in both its material form and its artistic achievement. This integration implies societies that esteemed beauty as fundamental rather than superfluous, where utilitarian items were anticipated to be aesthetically pleasing, in addition to fulfilling their purpose. The bracelet money that made wealth visible to others had complicated effects on people's minds and behaviour. Bracelet money made it clear to everyone in the community what their economic status was. Modern banking systems, on the other hand, can hide economic inequality behind privacy laws and complicated financial instruments. This openness could put social pressure on people to be both generous and responsible. It was hard to ignore poverty when wealth was literally on display, and it was just as hard to get rich without taking on social obligations to share it. The physical link between people and their money that bracelet money needed made people have different relationships with money than abstract financial systems did. When your money had weight, texture, and temperature, when you could feel it move with your body and hear it chime with your gestures, money became a more physical experience than the numbers on bank statements or digital displays that show how much money you have now. Bracelet money systems are democratic, which goes against what most people think about how currencies grow and work. African communities made their own money systems that worked across large areas and different cultures, even though there were no central banks, government oversight, or standard minting facilities. This success shows that grassroots cooperation and shared cultural values can lead to effective monetary systems, not just top-down institutional control. Craftsmanship was important in making bracelet money because it turned currency production into an art form. People who were proud of their skills and reputation made each bracelet as a way to trade and as a work of art. This link between art and money led to economic systems where aesthetic value and monetary value worked together instead of against each other. The way people used bracelet money in different seasons and cycles showed that the economy was closely linked to natural rhythms and farming cycles. Modern economies try to keep growth and activity going all the time, no matter what natural patterns are happening. In contrast, bracelet money systems worked with and adapted to the changing seasons of farming, trading, and social life. The fact that wearing your wealth could make you less safe made trust, community, and personal safety more complicated. Bracelet money systems could only work in societies where people were close to each other and safe enough to wear valuable things without fear. This implies that the effective utilization of bracelet money was both a result of and a factor in the stability and functionality of communities. The gender dynamics surrounding the use of bracelet money differed among societies, yet it frequently afforded women economic independence and security that were less accessible in alternative currency systems. When women wore and controlled jewellery as a form of wealth, it opened up chances for women to be involved in the economy that may not have been possible with other types of money. The transfer of wealth between generations through bracelet money led to different ways of inheriting and family economic relationships than those seen in systems that only use abstract money. Families could pass down bracelet money as both useful items and meaningful items that linked generations to their ancestors and cultural traditions. Bracelet money's ability to resist inflation and debasement showed that its currency systems were very different from today's fiat currencies. Authorities couldn't change the value of bracelet money for political reasons, because it was based on the materials and work that went into making it. The cultural integration of bracelet money into religious, ceremonial, and social practices resulted in currency systems that transcended mere economic instruments. They were important parts of cultural identity, spiritual practice, and social organization in ways that modern currencies that only serve a purpose cannot match. The technological needs of making bracelet money led to the growth and upkeep of advanced metallurgical knowledge that was useful for more than just making money. People who made bracelet money were usually also good at making tools, weapons, and other kinds of metalwork that were useful for both everyday life and war. The trading relationships made possible by bracelet money built networks of trust and cooperation that went well beyond just buying and selling. These networks laid the groundwork for cultural exchange, diplomatic ties, and mutual aid during crises, which made African societies stronger in ways that economic analysis alone cannot fully explain. As we get ready for the last chapter of our journey through the world of bracelet money, take a moment to think about how this old way of making money might help us understand today's economic problems. The ideas that made bracelet money work for hundreds of years still apply today, even though we now do most of our transactions online, and the world of finance is much more complicated. Bracelet money was based on intrinsic value, which is very different from modern currency systems that are based only on faith and government support. In a time when inflation can make money worth less without anyone noticing, and financial crises can wipe out savings in a flash, the idea of currency that keeps its value through its physical substance has become more appealing. Although it is improbable that we will revert to wearing our wealth, the concept of underpinning currency with tangible value instead of mere promises warrants examination. The democratic and decentralized nature of bracelet money systems provides insights for current dialogues regarding alternative currencies and financial autonomy. People who are interested in cryptocurrencies often want to bring back the peer-to-peer, government-independent features that traditional African currency systems had by working together and following the same rules. The success of bracelet money shows that currencies can work well when they come from the ground up instead of from institutions. The combination of beauty and function that bracelet money had goes against what we think we know about efficiency and specialization today. In today's world, we often separate aesthetic concerns from practical ones. This leads to the creation of objects that are only useful and don't provide any sensory pleasure. Bracelet money says that this separation isn't needed and might even be harmful. Things that are both beautiful and useful might work better, because people take better care of beautiful things. The seasonal and cyclical patterns of bracelet money use can help us understand how to build a long-term economy. Modern economies that expect growth all the time, no matter what the natural cycles are, often cause social and environmental problems that traditional systems didn't. The capacity of bracelet money systems to integrate natural rhythms while preserving economic functionality indicates potential avenues for cultivating more sustainable methods of economic organization. The social openness of bracelet money wealth goes against modern ideas about financial privacy and its benefits. It is clear that privacy in financial matters is important, but the visibility of wealth in bracelet money systems may have led to more responsible and socially conscious economic behavior than our current systems of hidden wealth and anonymous transactions. The connection between craftsmanship and currency that bracelet money represented shows how modern economies could better combine artistic expression with practical production. The tradition of bracelet money reminds us that in a time of mass production and automated manufacturing, it's important to connect individual skill and creativity to making useful things. The community-based standards that made bracelet money work in different parts of the world show that international cooperation is possible without formal institutional frameworks. In this time of complicated international negotiations and bureaucratic trade deals, the fact that African communities came up with compatible currency standards on their own shows that grassroots cooperation can sometimes do what formal diplomacy can't. The long-lasting and durable nature of bracelet money teaches us about how to make and use things in a way that is good for the environment. Modern, disposable culture makes a lot of trash and hurts the environment, but older systems avoided this by focusing on making things that last and can be used again. We can't go back to the way bracelets were made in the past, but the ideas of durability and longevity that guided their creation are still useful. The educational aspects of bracelet money systems, where successful participation required understanding, metallurgy, trade routes and market conditions, suggest ways that economic systems can serve educational functions beyond their primary purposes. Contemporary financial literacy initiatives could gain from comprehending how conventional systems integrated economic education into everyday practices. The conflict resolution mechanisms that enabled bracelet money systems to operate across cultural and linguistic divides provide valuable insights for modern international relations. These traditional systems fostered cooperation through mutual practical advantages rather than formal treaties or institutional structures, indicating alternative methods for cultivating trust and collaboration among diverse groups. The function of bracelet money in safeguarding and conveying cultural values illustrates that economic systems can fulfill objectives beyond mere efficiency. In our globalized world, where local cultures are pressured to become more alike, the example of currency systems that strengthened rather than weakened cultural identity shows that there are ways to develop the economy that support rather than undermine local traditions, the flexibility that allowed bracelet money systems to change and grow while keeping their basic features can teach us a lot about how to design institutions. Modern organizations often have trouble finding the right balance between stability and adaptability. However, bracelet money systems were able to keep their core functions while adapting to new technologies, political changes, and market conditions. As we come to the end of our journey through the world of bracelet money, let this story's gentle weight settle in your mind like a well-made bracelet on your wrist. We've travelled through centuries of African creativity, innovation, and business savvy, learning how our ancestors dealt with problems that we still have today, but in different ways. The story of bracelet money is really about how smart people are, and how creative they are when it comes to making systems that are fair, work well, and look beneficial for organising their economic lives. It serves as a reminder that our current financial systems, like bracelet money, are subject to change, improvement, and replacement when they no longer meet people's needs. When you wake up tomorrow and view your bank balance on your phone or tap a plastic card to pay for your coffee, take a moment to remember the soft musical chiming of copper bracelets in an old African market. Keep in mind that money is just a tool that people make to help them work together and trade. The best money systems are the ones that help people thrive instead of forcing them to work for them. The artisans who hammered copper into beautiful, useful bracelets 1,000 years ago were dealing with the same basic problems that financial innovators are dealing with today. How to store value safely, how to make trade easier between people from different cultures and distances, how to make economic systems available to everyone who needs them, and how to make currencies that people trust and want to use. The most important thing to learn from bracelet money is that economies work best when they are part of and help human communities instead of being separate from them. The bracelets worked because they linked people to their wealth in direct physical ways and linked communities to each other through shared standards and recognition. In our time of ever more abstract and complicated financial systems, it's smart to remember the simple beauty of money that you could wear, money that was pleasing to look at and touch, and wealth that linked you to skilled craftsmen and old traditions instead of far-off companies and unknown algorithms. The slow pace of bracelet, money transactions, carefully weighing, feeling the quality and talking to each other during each exchange, made economic systems that were more community-oriented and human-scaled than what we usually see today. We should not try to bring back the economies of medieval Africa, but we can learn from how they valued personal relationships, community standards, and combining beauty with usefulness. As you drift off to sleep, remember that you're part of the same ongoing story of people coming up with new ideas, changing to fit new situations and working together. The need for portable wealth, reliable standards, and systems that work across cultural boundaries are problems that every generation has to confront in its own way. The sound of bracelet money may be gone from African markets, but people are still coming up with new ways to work together and be creative. The spirit of bracelet money lives on every time someone comes up with a new way to solve an old problem, every time communities work together to make something useful and beautiful, and every time people find ways to trade and share that make their relationships stronger instead of weaker. Rest easy, knowing you are part of a long line of people who have run their businesses according to their values and goals. The story of bracelet money is also yours. It shows that people have always been smart enough to change the systems they need when they do, and maybe tonight in your dreams you'll hear the distant sound of metal hitting metal, the soft beat of prosperity moving through old markets, bringing with it the hopes, dreams, and practical advice of people who knew how to make their money as beautiful as their lives. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a water mill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced skywatchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetar, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetars are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science, because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realise that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see, but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time, even if they didn't know exactly what it was. People might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies. If one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike, it would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth. Even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong, the idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are. and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wood and ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighbourhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marvelled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century, who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighbourhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now. But we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record-keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. Picture this. You're walking down a busy street when it starts to drizzle. Without even thinking, you reach into your bag, pull out that trusty umbrella and pop it open. It's just another Tuesday, right? But here's the thing that might blow your mind a little. That simple gesture connects you to one of humanity's most quietly revolutionary inventions. You see, umbrellas didn't just keep people dry. They accidentally rewrote the rules of civilization itself, and nobody really noticed it happening. It's the kind of story that makes you wonder what other everyday objects have been secretly running the world while we weren't paying attention. Let's start with your ancestors' funny and sad weather experiences. Catching the rain was a full-contact sport before the invention of umbrellas. People would sprint from building to building, dive under whatever shelter they could locate, or just accept their soggy fate and trudge along looking thoroughly miserable. But the real problem wasn't just getting wet, it was what getting wet meant for society. Rain acted as a significant impediment to civilization. Markets would shut down, construction would stop, people would huddle indoors, waiting for the sky to clear before they could get back to the important business of building the world. The ancient Egyptians were the first to crack this code, though they were actually trying to solve a different problem entirely. They invented the first umbrellas around 3,000 years ago, but get this, they were for blocking sun, not rain. Egypt isn't exactly known for its downpours, so they needed shade more than waterproofing. These early umbrellas were basically portable shadows, and they worked beautifully for that purpose. The funny thing is, these Egyptian umbrellas were also status symbols. Only the wealthy and powerful got to walk around with their personal shade makers. Common folks just had to squint and sweat their way through the desert heat, while the pharaohs and nobles glided along in their little circles of cool comfort. But here's where it gets interesting. The umbrella didn't stay in Egypt. Like all good ideas, it started travelling, and every culture that adopted it changed it a little bit. The ancient Chinese took the basic concept and made it waterproof, because unlike Egypt, China actually had rain to deal with. They used wax paper and bamboo to create the first real rain umbrellas, and suddenly, staying dry became a possibility for ordinary people. The Greeks and Romans adopted the umbrella trend, but were unsure how to use it. The Greeks mostly used them for sun protection, particularly for women. Roman women wore them as stylish accessories, while Roman men avoided carrying them. It's amusing to consider that carrying an umbrella was deemed unmanly in Roman culture. These individuals, who had conquered half of the known world, had a strict stance on staying dry. This gender divide around umbrellas would pop up again and again throughout history, and it's one of those cultural quirks that makes you realise how arbitrary our social rules can be. Something as practical as not getting soaked somehow became tangled up with ideas about masculinity and femininity, and it would take centuries for that to sort itself out. What's really fascinating is how the umbrella quietly began changing the rhythm of daily life. In places where people started using them regularly, you'd see something remarkable happen. Rain stopped being a reason to cancel everything. Markets could stay open. People could keep working. The weather became less of a dictator and more of a minor inconvenience. This may sound like a small change, but small changes have a way of snowballing into big ones. When people can move around regardless of weather, commerce improves. When commerce improves, cities grow. When cities grow, civilization becomes more complex and interesting. The umbrella served as a tiny key, enabling a more weather-independent way of living, and this was just the beginning. The umbrella's real impact on human civilization was still centuries away, waiting to unfold in ways that would surprise everyone. Now you might be wondering how a simple device for staying dry could possibly migrate around the world and change everything it touched. But that's exactly what happened, and the story gets more interesting when you realise that umbrellas didn't just travel. They adapted, evolved, and caused little revolutions wherever they landed. After the Chinese perfected the waterproof umbrella, the concept began its slow journey westward along the ancient trade routes. Picture merchants carrying these ingenious devices alongside silk and spices, probably not realising they were transporting one of history's most underrated game changers. The umbrella was like a technological sleeper hit, quietly impressive but not flashy enough to grab headlines. When umbrellas reached medieval Europe, they encountered a culture that was, frankly, pretty resistant to change. Europeans had been dealing with rain the same way for centuries, running, hiding, and generally accepting that weather was something that happened to you, not something you could do anything about. The idea that you could just carry weather protection with you was genuinely revolutionary, but here's where the story gets delightfully weird. The umbrella faced some serious cultural resistance in Europe, and the reasons were absolutely ridiculous. In many places, people thought umbrellas were somehow ungodly. The logic went something like this. God sends rain, so trying to avoid rainfall was like rejecting God's will. It's the kind of reasoning that makes you grateful to live in more practical times. The Catholic Church initially had mixed feelings about umbrellas. Some clergy embraced them as sensible tools, while others worried they represented human arrogance in the face of divine weather. Imagine having to get theological approval for your rain gear. It's almost endearing how seriously people took these things. Meanwhile, the umbrella was having a completely different reception in Asia. In Japan, umbrellas became integrated into daily life so seamlessly that they influenced art, literature, and social customs. Japanese umbrella makers developed techniques that turned umbrella crafting into a true art form. They created umbrellas that were beautiful enough to be accessories, but practical enough to actually keep you dry. The Japanese also figured out something that Europeans were still struggling with. Umbrellas could be both functional and fashionable. In Japan, your umbrella choice said something about your personality and social status, but it wasn't considered strange or ungodly. It was just practical style, which is a concept that Europe would take much longer to embrace. Back in Europe, the umbrella was slowly winning converts, but it was an uphill battle. The turning point came when some brave individuals decided to just start using umbrellas and ignore the cultural weirdness. These umbrella pioneers faced ridicule, religious criticism, and social ostracism, all for the crime of wanting to stay dry. When you think about it, they were basically the civil rights activists of weather protection. The breakthrough moment came in the 1700s when umbrellas finally gained acceptance among European women. This wasn't because attitudes had suddenly changed, but because women's fashion had reached a point where protecting elaborate hairstyles and expensive clothing from rain had become a real necessity. Usually practicality prevailed over prejudice, but European men were still holdouts. The gender divide, which had been prevalent in ancient Rome, persisted in 18th century Europe. Men would rather get soaked than carry something that might make them look feminine. It's one of those historical details that makes you realise how much energy people used to spend on completely arbitrary social rules. The umbrella's journey through different cultures created fascinating variations. In India, umbrellas became symbols of authority and power. Indian rulers would have elaborate ceremonial umbrellas held over them as signs of their status. The umbrella went from being a practical tool to being a piece of royal regalia. In Thailand, the umbrella became so culturally significant that it appeared in religious ceremonies and royal processions. Thai craftsmen developed incredibly ornate umbrella designs that were as much art as they were weather protection. These weren't just umbrellas, they were cultural statements. It's amazing how each culture made the umbrella their own. The Chinese focused on practical efficiency. The Japanese emphasized beauty and craftsmanship. The Indians turned umbrellas into symbols of power. The Thais made them into works of art. Europeans spent centuries arguing about whether they were morally acceptable. This pattern of cultural adaptation would become crucial to understanding how umbrellas eventually changed civilization. They weren't just tools that people used. They were tools that adapted to each culture's needs and values, becoming more useful and socially acceptable with each adaptation. By the time umbrellas were ready to make their real impact on human civilization, they had been tested and refined by dozens of different cultures. No longer were they merely Egyptian sunshades or Chinese rain protection. They had become a truly global technology, ready to solve a problem that nobody quite realized was holding back human progress. If you want to understand how umbrellas really changed human civilization, you need to understand London in the 1700s. Picture the rainiest city in Europe, filled with people who had convinced themselves that carrying an umbrella was somehow embarrassing or unmanly. It was like watching an entire population choose to suffer for completely arbitrary reasons. London's weather was legendary for its ability to ruin plans. Drizzle, downpours, and a persistent mist constantly enveloped the city, soaking you without your awareness. Londoners had developed an entire culture around being perpetually damp, and they wore their weather-beaten stoicism like a badge of honour. But London's weather wasn't just inconvenient, it was economically devastating. Every time the rain became excessively heavy, businesses would come to a complete halt, street markets would close, construction projects would stop, people would huddle in taverns and shops, waiting for the weather to clear enough to get back to their lives. Precipitation essentially held the city's economy hostage. Enter Jonas Hanway, a man who would unintentionally become one of history's most unlikely revolutionaries. Hanway, a philanthropist and social reformer, had travelled extensively to observe how other cultures dealt with rain. Specifically, he had witnessed the practicality and effectiveness of umbrellas. So in 1750 he decided to do something radical. He started carrying an umbrella through the streets of London. The reaction was immediate and brutal. Londoners were horrified. Here was this gentleman walking around with what they saw as a feminine accessory, completely unbothered by the social rules that everyone else was following. Hanway was mocked, ridiculed, and subjected to a level of public shaming that seems absolutely absurd now. People threw things at him. Children followed him around, laughing and pointing. Adults whispered about him in shops and taverns. But here's the thing about Hanway. He just kept walking. Day after day, rain or shine, he carried his umbrella through London streets. He was dry, comfortable, and completely unbothered by the social hysteria swirling around him. He had discovered a valuable insight. Prioritising practicality over arbitrary social norms was crucial. The campaign against Hanway's umbrella was led by an unexpected group, London's hackney carriage drivers. These were the taxi drivers of their day, and they correctly realised that if people could stay dry while walking, they might not need as many carriage rides. Hanway's umbrella represented a genuine economic threat to their livelihood, so they organised a campaign of harassment that would make modern internet trolls proud. Carriage drivers would try to run Hanway down, they'd splash him with muddy water, they'd shout insults and make obscene gestures. The umbrella had become a symbol of economic disruption, and the old economy was fighting back with everything it had. But Hanway had allies he didn't even know about. There were other Londoners who had been watching this drama unfold, and they were starting to think that maybe the crazy umbrella man had a point. Why should people have to get soaked just to follow social conventions? Why should the weather control everyone's daily lives? Slowly, quietly, other people started carrying umbrellas. At first, it was just a few brave souls who were willing to endure the social consequences of staying dry. But as more people joined the umbrella movement, the social pressure began to shift. It became harder to mock people for doing something that was sensible. The turning point came when prominent members of London society began carrying umbrellas. Once respected businessmen, government officials and social leaders started using them. The cultural tide turned. It became acceptable, fashionable, then absolutely normal to carry an umbrella in London. What happened next was remarkable. London's economy began to change in ways that nobody had predicted. With people able to move around regardless of weather, commerce became more reliable. Markets could stay open in light rain. Construction projects could continue through drizzle. The city's economic activity became less dependent on perfect weather conditions. This had a snowball effect that transformed London into a more dynamic, productive city. When people can work and shop and travel regardless of weather, the entire pace of urban life accelerates. London was becoming a modern city, partly because its residents had finally figured out how to stay dry. The umbrella revolution also changed London's social dynamics. Street life became more vibrant because people weren't constantly ducking into buildings to avoid rain. Public spaces became more usable. Even during London's frequent light rain, people could enjoy the city's famous parks and squares. But perhaps most importantly, the umbrella breakthrough in London proved that cultural resistance to practical innovations could be overcome. Hanway had shown that one person, consistently doing something sensible despite social pressure, could eventually change an entire city's behaviour. London's umbrella adoption was being watched by other cities across Europe and beyond. If London, conservative, traditional, weather-obsessed London, could embrace umbrellas, then maybe the resistance to this simple but revolutionary technology was finally breaking down. The stage was set for umbrellas to spread across the developed world, and when they did, they would change far more than just people's relationship with rain. They would fundamentally alter how human civilization dealt with the unpredictable forces of nature. You probably never thought of umbrellas as industrial equipment, but that's exactly what they became during the 1800s. While everyone was focused on steam engines and factories, umbrellas were quietly solving one of the Industrial Revolution's biggest problems: keeping workers productive regardless of weather. Before widespread umbrella adoption, industrial productivity was still surprisingly dependent on weather patterns. Construction workers would lose entire days to rain. Dock workers couldn't effectively load and unload ships in heavy downpours. Even factory workers were affected, since many had to travel significant distances to work and would arrive soaked and miserable on rainy days. But here's where it gets interesting. As umbrellas became more common and socially acceptable, something remarkable happened to industrial productivity. Workers could travel to their jobs regardless of weather. They arrived at work dry and ready to be productive. Construction projects could continue through light rain. The weather became less of a factor in industrial output. The data clearly demonstrates this. Cities that adopted umbrellas earlier showed measurably higher productivity during rainy seasons compared to cities that resisted them. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was consistent and significant. Umbrellas were literally helping power the Industrial Revolution by making human labour more weather independent. This industrial connection led to the first mass production of umbrellas. Factories began producing affordable umbrellas for working-class people, not just the wealthy. The Industrial Revolution created a need for weather-independent workers, and umbrellas filled that need perfectly. It's one of those beautiful examples of technology creating its own demand. The umbrella industry itself became a significant part of the industrial economy. Umbrella factories employed thousands of workers and developed sophisticated manufacturing techniques. They pioneered new materials, improved designs, and created distribution networks that reached every corner of the developed world. The umbrella had gone from being a curiosity to being a cornerstone of industrial society. But the real breakthrough came when umbrellas started changing urban planning. City planners began to realise that if people could move around comfortably in light rain, they could design cities differently. Pedestrian areas could be more extensive. Public spaces could be designed with the assumption that people would use them in various weather conditions. This shift in urban planning philosophy was subtle, but profound. Cities began to feel more livable because they were designed for people who had weather protection. Street layouts became more pedestrian-friendly. Public transportation systems could be designed with the assumption that people could walk to stations regardless of weather. The umbrella also played a crucial role in the development of modern retail. Department stores and shopping districts became viable because customers could browse and shop even during light rain. Before umbrellas, retail was much more weather-dependent. Storekeepers would lose entire business days to rain. But with umbrellas, shopping became a year-round activity. This retail revolution had enormous economic implications. Cities with good umbrella adoption developed more sophisticated commercial districts. Consumer culture could flourish because consumption wasn't limited by weather patterns. The modern shopping experience, where people casually browse stores regardless of weather, was made possible partly by umbrellas. The umbrella's impact on women's participation in public life was particularly significant. Before umbrellas, women's elaborate clothing and hairstyles made them especially vulnerable to weather. A sudden downpour could ruin an expensive dress or destroy hours of careful grooming. This made women more likely to stay indoors during uncertain weather, limiting their participation in public life. But umbrellas changed this dynamic completely. Women could venture out with confidence, knowing they had protection from sudden weather changes. This might sound like a small thing, but it contributed to broader changes in women's social participation. When women could move around cities more freely, they became more active in commerce, culture, and eventually politics. The umbrella also influenced the development of modern professional culture. Business meetings could be scheduled without as much concern about weather. Professional appointments became more reliable. The business world could operate with greater predictability because weather became less of a disruptive factor. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable. Before umbrellas, people accepted that weather would occasionally make them miserable. There was a fatalistic attitude toward getting soaked or overheated. But umbrellas introduced the idea that discomfort from weather was optional, not inevitable. This psychological shift was enormous. Once people realised they could control their comfort level in relation to weather, they started expecting that control in other areas of life. The umbrella contributed to the modern mindset that sees environmental discomfort as a problem to be solved, not a fate to be accepted. The Industrial Revolution is usually remembered for its big dramatic innovations: steam engines, railways, factories. But umbrellas were quietly enabling all of these larger changes by making human activity more weather independent. They were the unsung heroes of industrial productivity, urban development, and social progress. By the mid-1800s, umbrellas had become so integrated into industrial society that it was hard to imagine how civilization had functioned without them. They had transformed from exotic curiosities to essential tools of modern life, and their biggest impact was still to come. By the late 1800s, something remarkable was happening with umbrellas that would change the course of human civilization. They were becoming truly democratic. For the first time in history, protection from weather wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford an umbrella, and this simple fact had consequences that nobody quite saw coming. The democratization of umbrellas happened because of mass production, but its effects went far beyond just making rain gear affordable. When ordinary people could move around comfortably regardless of weather, the entire social structure of cities began to shift. Class distinctions that had partly depended on weather vulnerability started to blur. Think about it this way. Before cheap umbrellas, getting caught in the rain was a class marker. Wealthy people had carriages, covered walkways, and servants to handle weather-related inconveniences. Working class people just got wet. But when everyone could carry an umbrella, this particular form of weather-based inequality disappeared. This levelling effect was more significant than it might seem. In societies where your social status was partly determined by how well you could avoid life's discomforts, accessible weather protection was genuinely revolutionary. An umbrella couldn't make you wealthy, but it could make you look and feel more dignified in public regardless of your economic circumstances. The psychological impact was enormous. People who had spent their entire lives accepting that weather would occasionally make them miserable suddenly had control over at least one aspect of their comfort. This sense of agency, the feeling that you could do something about your circumstances, had implications far beyond just staying dry. Women's rights activists of the era understood this connection intuitively. They saw that umbrellas gave women more freedom to move around cities independently. When you could protect yourself from sudden weather changes, you could participate more fully in public life. Umbrellas became symbols of women's increasing autonomy and social participation. The umbrella also played a surprising role in the development of modern democracy. When people could gather outdoors regardless of weather, political rallies and public meetings became more viable. Democratic participation increased because weather became less of a barrier to political engagement. You could attend a political rally even if it looked like rain, because you had your umbrella. This might sound like a stretch, but consider how many historical political movements depended on outdoor gatherings. The ability to assemble regardless of weather conditions was crucial to the development of mass democracy. Umbrellas didn't create democratic movements, but they made democratic participation more accessible to ordinary people. The economic implications were equally profound. Small businesses could operate more reliably because customers could shop in light rain. Street vendors could serve customers regardless of weather. The entire informal economy became more weather independent, which was particularly important for working-class entrepreneurs who couldn't afford covered storefronts. Urban culture was transformed as well. The weather no longer constantly forced people indoors, resulting in cities becoming more vibrant. Street life flourished. Public spaces were used more intensively. The rhythm of urban life became less dependent on weather patterns, which made cities feel more alive and dynamic. The umbrella also changed fashion and social norms in unexpected ways. For the first time, people could dress nicely without worrying constantly about weather damage. This encouraged more elaborate and delicate clothing styles, which in turn influenced the development of modern fashion. When you can protect your outfit from rain, you can take more risks with style. But perhaps the most important change was in people's relationship with nature itself. For thousands of years, humans had seen weather as something that happened to them, a force they could only endure or hide from. Umbrellas represented the first truly portable weather protection that anyone could use. They were a step toward humans having more control over their environment. This shift in mindset was crucial to the development of modern civilization. Once people realised they could modify their relationship with natural forces, they started looking for ways to control other aspects of their environment. The umbrella was an early example of technology making humans more independent from natural conditions. The success of umbrellas also proved that simple, practical innovations could have enormous social impact. They weren't complex machines or dramatic scientific breakthroughs. They were just well-designed tools that solved a universal problem. Their success demonstrated that civilization could be advanced through accessible, democratic technologies, not just through elite innovations. By 1900, umbrellas had become so integrated into daily life that most people couldn't imagine functioning without them. They had transformed from luxury items to basic necessities, and in doing so, they had helped create a more egalitarian, weather-independent form of human civilization. The stage was set for umbrellas to play an even larger role in shaping the modern world. Their greatest impact on human civilization was about to unfold in ways that would touch every aspect of 20th century life. As the 20th century dawned, umbrellas had already changed human civilization in ways that nobody fully appreciated. But their most profound impact was still ahead, waiting to unfold in the rapidly modernising world of the 1900s. What happened next would show just how much a simple piece of technology could influence the development of modern society. The automobile revolution might have killed the umbrella industry, but it actually did the opposite. As cars became common, people realised they still needed umbrellas for the walk from their car to their destination. Urban parking wasn't designed to protect people from weather, so umbrellas became essential accessories for the automotive age. They bridged the gap between private transportation and public spaces. This relationship between umbrellas and cars helped shape modern urban design. City planners began to assume that people would have portable weather protection, so they could design parking areas and public spaces with less concern about providing comprehensive weather shelter. The umbrella had become an integral part of the urban infrastructure, even though it wasn't technically infrastructure at all. The adoption of umbrellas also closely correlated with the rise of office culture in the early 1900s. Umbrellas partly enabled the modern expectation that workers would arrive at the office presentable and ready to work regardless of the weather. People could maintain professional appearance standards during their commute thanks to reliable weather protection. The economic implications of this revolution in professional culture were immense. Businesses could operate more predictably because their workforce wasn't constantly disrupted by weather. The reliability of meeting schedules increased. Umbrellas played a significant role in enabling the modern business world, which prioritises punctuality and a consistent professional appearance. World War I demonstrated the umbrella's importance to modern military logistics. Soldiers needed to stay functional in all weather conditions, and umbrellas became important pieces of equipment for officers and support personnel. The war showed that even military operations could benefit from better weather protection for personnel. Adoption of umbrellas also influenced the post-war economic boom of the 1920s. Consumer culture flourished partly because people could shop comfortably in various weather conditions. The development of modern retail districts with their emphasis on pedestrian shopping and outdoor displays was made possible by the assumption that customers would have weather protection. Another aspect of the umbrella's social importance emerged during the Great Depression. Even during economic hardship, people prioritized having weather protection. Umbrellas became symbols of dignity and self-sufficiency during tough times. They represented the idea that you could maintain your comfort and appearance even when facing economic difficulties. Hollywood and popular culture of the era embraced umbrellas as symbols of sophistication and urban life. Movies showed elegant people navigating city streets with stylish umbrellas, reinforcing the idea that weather protection was part of modern living. The umbrella had become a cultural icon representing humanity's triumph over natural discomfort. The post-World War II suburban boom created new roles for umbrellas. Suburban living meant more outdoor activities and more walking between cars and buildings. Umbrellas became essential equipment for the suburban lifestyle, helping people maintain the casual outdoor culture that defined post-war America. The development of modern air travel also relied on umbrellas. Airports were designed with the assumption that passengers would have portable weather protection for moving between terminals and aircraft. Transportation planning had integrated the umbrella so deeply that people took it for granted as an integral part of their toolkit. Adoption of umbrellas also contributed to the rise of the service economy in the latter half of the 20th century. service workers needed to move between locations and meet clients in various weather conditions. Umbrellas made service-based businesses more viable by allowing workers to maintain professional standards regardless of weather. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 70s built on the foundation of independence that umbrellas had helped create. Women who could move around cities confidently, protected from weather, were better positioned to participate fully in professional and political life. The umbrella had been quietly supporting women's autonomy for decades. Umbrellas also played a crucial role in the development of modern sports and recreation culture. Outdoor events could proceed in light rain because spectators had weather protection. The availability of personal weather protection supported the modern expectation that recreational activities should be comfortable and accessible. By the end of the 20th century, umbrellas had become so thoroughly integrated into modern life that they were invisible. They had helped create a civilization where weather was a minor inconvenience rather than a major constraint on human activity. Accessible, portable weather protection laid the foundation for the modern world's assumption that people could function normally in various weather conditions. The umbrella had accomplished a remarkable feat. It increased human independence from natural forces without necessitating complex technology or extensive infrastructure. It was a democratic solution to an ancient problem, and it had quietly enabled much of what we consider modern civilization. Here you are at the end of this story, probably looking at umbrellas completely differently than you did an hour ago. What started as a simple tale about staying dry has revealed something much more profound. How a basic tool can quietly reshape the entire trajectory of human civilization. The most remarkable thing about the umbrella revolution is how invisible it became. By the mid-20th century, umbrellas were so thoroughly integrated into human life that people stopped thinking about them as revolutionary technology. They had become part of the background infrastructure of modern living, like sidewalks or streetlights, essential but unnoticed. This invisibility is actually the mark of the umbrella's complete success. The most transformative technologies are often the ones that become so natural that we forget they're technologies at all. You don't think about your umbrella as a sophisticated piece of engineering that represents thousands of years of human innovation. You just think of it as the thing that keeps you dry. But now you know better. You know that your umbrella connects you to ancient Egyptian pharaohs seeking shade, Chinese inventors creating the first waterproof designs, and brave souls like Jonas Hanway, who endured ridicule to prove that staying dry was worth fighting for. Every time you open your umbrella, you're participating in one of humanity's longest-running technological traditions. The umbrella's story also reveals something important about how civilization actually progresses. It's not just about dramatic breakthroughs and famous inventors. Sometimes the most important advances come from simple tools that solve everyday problems so effectively that they change how entire societies function. The umbrella proves that democratic innovations, technologies that everyone can use, can be just as revolutionary as elite scientific discoveries. Think about what umbrellas actually accomplished. They made human activity more weather independent, which sounds modest but turned out to be civilization changing. They enabled the development of modern urban life, professional culture, consumer society, and democratic participation. They helped create the modern expectation that daily life should be comfortable and predictable regardless of natural conditions. Perhaps most importantly, umbrellas demonstrated that humans could take control of their relationship with nature through accessible technology. They were an early example of how simple tools could make people more independent from environmental forces. This mindset, the idea that natural discomfort is a problem to be solved rather than a fate to be accepted, became fundamental to modern civilization. The umbrella revolution also shows how cultural resistance to practical innovations can be overcome. Remember all those people who thought umbrellas were ungodly, unmanly, or just plain weird? They were swept aside by the simple logic of staying dry. Good ideas eventually win, even when they face intense social resistance. Today, as you navigate a world shaped by umbrella adoption, you're living in a civilization that's more weather independent, more democratic, and more comfortable than any previous human society. The modern world's assumption that people can function normally in various weather conditions is built on the foundation that umbrellas helped create. The next time you see someone struggling with an umbrella on a windy day, remember that they're participating in one of humanity's most successful ongoing experiments in environmental control. That flimsy piece of fabric and metal represents thousands of years of human ingenuity and determination to make life a little bit better. The umbrella story is still being written. New materials, better designs, and changing social needs continue to evolve this ancient technology, but its fundamental promise remains the same, that humans don't have to accept discomfort from natural forces when simple, practical solutions are available. So the next time you reach for your umbrella, take a moment to appreciate what you're holding. It's not just weather protection, it's a symbol of human adaptability, ingenuity, and the quiet persistence that has shaped civilization. You're carrying a piece of history that changed the world by helping people stay dry. And that's how umbrellas changed human civilization, not through dramatic revolution, but through the simple, persistent logic of making life a little bit better, one rainy day at a time. Sometimes the most profound changes come from the most humble tools, and sometimes the greatest revolutions are the ones that happen so gradually that nobody notices until they're complete. Now you know the secret history of one of humanity's most underestimated inventions. The umbrella didn't just keep people dry, it helped create the modern world. And every time you use one, you're participating in that ongoing story of human progress, one comfortable step. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servants' entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next, a grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you're all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies and exotic blooms, whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been rosoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple. sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing, yet somehow you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation, since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet whose combined income might allow for a small apartment and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury and the labour required to maintain it has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offence against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pylons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonour. At stake wasn't just losing face, It was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of Artemia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonour. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiselled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximise social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philetae, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, bullying, but you might not realise how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded. Constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were ritually acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perio-esai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioko, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honour above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning, and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, It was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offense, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behaviour that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humour. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle, or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment. It was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behaviour resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue until honest behaviour became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The Cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment. It was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognized that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behavior. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behavior. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behaviour, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasize healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied. but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago.